Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. They're right here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county, Shelby State of Tennessee. Today's date is Sunday morning, April the 9th, 2023. And the time is 9:40 a.m. First, I want to say thank you to my fans and my support for your continued encouragement support. And I'm continuing to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area. I'll continue to further my education at Monroe College Online. I'll continue to pursue my associate degree studying being administrative concentrated marketing. I took a break from going to school, but in the future, I'm going to be going back to Monroe College Online. I'm going to continue to pursue my associate degree, and I'm going to continue to study being administrative concentrated marketing, as well as just continue to further my education. And now, I'm going to start my Facebook Live. Hello, everybody. My name is Eric D. Johnson, also known as BrightShine. We're out here in the city of Memphis. It's in the county of Shelby. It's in the state of Tennessee. And today's date is Sunday morning, April the 9th, 2023. And the time is 9:41 a.m. First, I'm going to say thank you to all my fans, my supporters, for your continued encouragement support. I'll continue to keep myself employed in the Memphis tri-state area, continue to further my education at Monroe College Online. I'll continue to pursue my associate degree, instead of being administrative contract marketing. I took a break from going to school. In the very near future, I'm going to go back to Monroe College Online and continue to pursue my associate degree, studying being administration contract marketing, just pursue my education and continue to further my education. And so now, what you see in front of you, anti-gang, anti-Gnostic, anti-hazing. Also, Saint Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, together with Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book refuting Gnosticism as well as other heresies, proving that Gnosticism and all them other doggone heresies that the Catholic Church has refuted, proving that it was a heresy. Also, Saint Athanasius, the Bishop of Alexandria, in the year 367 AD, in his 39th festal letter, Easter letter, banned all non-Christian writing. Saint Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, together with all the other bishops in the Catholic Church, they went around and collected all that Gnostic writing that those Gnostic theologians were writing, meaning that they took it. They took it. They ain't asked no question. They took it. Went around and collected all that Gnostic writing that them Gnostic theologians were writing and destroyed it. A personal person took some copies of that Gnostic theologian writing, wrapped it in some paper paper, put it in a plastic jar, and buried it in Nag-Hammadi, Egypt. The little farm boy over there in Nag-Hammadi, Egypt, over there playing in 1945 and found the Nag-Hammadi library. Then the little boy gave what he found to his father, who was a farmer. And eventually, the scholars at the colleges and universities around the world, they found out about it. And those scholars in academia at the colleges and universities around the world have taken the Nag-Hammadi library to victimize men, women, and children, to destroy wildlife, nature, and the environment, including the North and South Pole, as well as now they're going out in space. We're going to have to stop it. We're going to have to stop them in their ignorance. Gnosticism has already been proven to be a heresy. Also, St. Epiphanius of Salome, the Bishop of Cyprus, wrote a 3-volume book titled Panarium Greek, Panarium Latin, translated meaning bread basket. Scholars have also said that St. Epiphanius of Salome, Bishop of Cyprus, 3-volume book is also adversus heresies, against heresies. Now, what time is it? It's 9:45 a.m. And here in the city of Memphis, the Shelby County area, the temperature, 55 degrees Fahrenheit, cloudy. And as you know, today is Easter Sunday. This is Easter Sunday. Today is Easter Sunday. And so I want to acknowledge and recognize that today is Easter Sunday. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. Rejecting knowledge. The Almighty, Vice Lord, Four Corner Hustle. The Almighty, Black Prince Stone. The Almighty, Black Disciple, Pop. The Almighty, Mickey Cole, Cracker. The Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple. The Lord, Stone Disciple. 7-Eleven, G Killer. Gangster Disciple Killer. Glazed Donut Killer. The history of the city of Chicago. It's important. It's very important. See, it's a lot of things that people have done and things that people are doing, people have did. I mean, bad things, good things. But like I say, I want to reiterate, I want to repeat that today is Easter Sunday. Because there are a lot of people that try to do what's right. That's the reason why I reiterate. That's why I want to repeat. Because a lot of people, starting with the Pope of the Catholic Church, as well as the bishops and the deacons in the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholic Church, the Orthodox, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, the bishops and the deacons trying to teach the people, trying to teach you what's right. What's right. So it's important that today is Easter Sunday, because all Catholics around the world, as well as Christians, they celebrate this holiday, Easter Sunday. And so it's important to acknowledge and recognize Easter Sunday. Now, the history of the city of Chicago is important. When we look at today, when we look at the world today, we talk about the Vice Lords and the Black Prince Stones. We talk about the Black Disciples. Now, the Vice Lords, Four Corner Hustlers, Bluefin Black Disciples. Talk about the Lord Stone Disciples. And that's not leaving anybody out. That's not leaving the mad black soul, Latin souls out. It's not leaving the boss pimps out. See, it's history. It's history. It's not leaving out any other my peoples. For example, the gay lords, the almighty gay lords, and the almighty Latin kings and queens. You understand? The 12th Street players. See, a lot of the my people. The insane popes on the north, north and south. Insane popes. There's a lot of my peoples. The Latin stones. The Spanish vice lords. See, it's a lot of my people. They vice lords, so when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, nobody's being left out. Shy West, they're not being left out. And as well as in addition to the folks, the Simon City Royals. You understand? Because the black disciples, they folks. See? The Raza, they folks. The Milwaukee Kings and Queens, they folks. But see, some of them folks, they throw the forks down. They not friends with the gangster disciples. See, some of the folks, they not friends with any of them gangster disciples. You can be Spanish gangster disciple or insane gangster disciple. And then you're talking about this black gangster new breed. See, some of them folks, they not friends with them. See, they'll try to say they folks, they not friends with them. They not friends with any gangster disciple, period. In any shape, form, fashion, they not friends. See, they friends with the black disciples, with King David Bosdale. See, like, for example, when you talk about the black disciples, the history, then you're talking about the Satan disciples, the Satan disciples. See, they were friends with King David Bosdale. A lot of the Puerto Ricans and Hispanics, they were friends with King David Bosdale and with the black disciples. The maniac Latin disciples came behind the Satan disciples. But see, King David Bosdale, he was friends. He was friends with the maniac Latin disciples. See, when you know the history of the city of Chicago, that's what that is. When you hear about the maniac Latin disciples, it's history. It's history. They folks. They history. It's history. And see, when you talk about the my peoples, see, a lot of the my peoples, they'll see the maniac Latin disciples. They know it's history. It's not no folks versus my people or my people versus folks. They ain't what it means. That's not what it means. It's history. See, that's not what it means. It's not a us versus them and a them versus us. See, that ain't what it means. See, nobody's being left out. The Simon City Royal, they're not being left out. When we talk about history, history is important. It's important to know the history of the city of Chicago, just like it's important to know the history of the United States of America. It's important to know world history. What we say today is Easter Sunday. And when you talk about world history, it's important to know the history. Why so many people around the world, millions in the billions, celebrate this holiday. Because it's history. If you don't know the history of world history, it's important to know the history of the Catholic Church. It's important. Here it is, 2023. Millions of people, close to 1 billion, are Catholics and Christian. See, if you don't know the history, when you hear me say that, when you hear me say Catholic and Christian, if you don't know the history, if you don't know history, see, it's important to know history. How you gonna say Catholic and Christian? See? Because it's important to know the history. It's world history. It's important. So like I said, when it comes to the history of the city of Chicago, see, nobody's being left out. See, some of these guys, some of these guys in the city of Chicago, you just bogus. You just come up to the city of Chicago and you just bogus. You're not standing on anything. See, the history of the city of Chicago, what we talking about, it really wasn't about what you talking about, gang banging, being a gangster. Everything about the history of the city of Chicago, everything about the history. See, a lot of these white guys, when we talk about the history of the United States of America, people be living in the state of Illinois. That don't mean that everybody that's white was walking around trying to promote gangsterism. Because see, when we talk about the Catholic Church, again, it's important that we talk about the Catholic Church and the history of the Catholic Church. Because see, there's a lot of people, that ain't what they was trying to do. And when you talk about the Protestants, that's not what a lot of white women, white / European, that's not what they came over here for. They weren't coming over here to be no gangster. They came over because they were Catholics. That's the reason why they came over here. Because they were Catholics. Because some people claim to be a Christian. All this Protestant stuff. But your behavior, your actions, say something else. See, it's important that you know history. It's important. See, you can't put everybody in a box. People make choices and decisions that be right as well as be wrong. And then, people want to debate about right and wrong. People don't always agree about what's right and what's wrong. People debate. Sometimes right and wrong can come about, it gets to the point, it's life or death. People think they right. We see it every day, all around the world. We done seen it. We have seen it. It ain't just that we see it today. We have seen, because we talking about history. When we talk about the Catholic Church and how the Catholic Church was being persecuted by the pagans and by the Gnostics. Well, to them, to the pagans, to the Gnostics, when it comes to right and wrong, they persecuted the Catholic Church. They laughed at the Catholic Church. For example, Saint Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch. I said this once before in the past. See, when people do things, that was their intent. To laugh at you. To laugh at you. They took this man and threw this man in the arena at the Colosseum, in the Roman Colosseum in Rome, and put this man in the arena to be eaten alive by animals. The tigers. They killed this man and literally ate this man, tried to eat him alive. And in front of and you had all these Roman people sitting there watching. That was funny to them. But see, that's what it means. What you call right and wrong. People debate about right and wrong. We talk about slavery. The Arab East African slave trade. We talk about right and wrong. The transatlantic West African slave trade. We talk about right and wrong. People debate about right and wrong. To somebody, it must have been right. To somebody, it must have been right because that's what they did. And they didn't have any. They didn't have any, like consciousness, like saying, "Hey man, that's wrong, man. You can't, you can't put, No, they didn't pay. They thought there was something wrong with you. They thought there was something wrong with the slaves. See, people debate about right and wrong. People debate. Just because you say it's wrong, other people say it's right. And just because you say it's right, other people say that's wrong. See, today, people see it, and then we look back at history. And even today, things that people did or things that people have done still being debated today about right and wrong. Here in the United States of America, another subject that gets debated. People talk about right and wrong. The atrocities. The first American, Native American. People still debate about right and wrong. People take sports team. The first American, Native Americans. People, for example, they'll take a professional sports team and you'll give it a name. You'll give that sports team a name in some city. People still debate about right and wrong. You say it's wrong, somebody else saying it's right. You say it's right, somebody telling you it's wrong. People still debate about right and wrong. It's important to know history. We talk about politics. We talk about the elections. We talk about the right to vote. When we look back in history, this whole subject about government gets debated. Some people say we need a king and a queen, a monarch, a sovereign. Other people say it's wrong. The people have a voice. The people have a voice. And we know that in history, people have died. People been killed because of that very subject. Who's going to be in charge? Is it going to be a king, a queen, a sovereign? Or are we going to choose? Are we going to pick a person to be the leader? And in addition to that subject, is it going to be a man or a woman? Is it right or wrong for a woman to be the leader? See, people talk about right and wrong. People debate about right and wrong. People look at history, and today, people still debating about right and wrong. It's so many subjects. We can't go into all of them, but we just want to make this clear. The history of the city of Chicago is important. It's important. We talk about the history of the city of Chicago. We talk about the history of America. in the world. It's important. That's the point we want to make. It's not something that you negate. It's not something that you just push to the side. It's not something that you just take lightly, because information is power. It's important. And we're serious. It's serious. Because what you tell people, some people, they lie. Even when you leave out a piece of information, the reason why a person or person, they left out some information, that's what they was doing. That's what people accuse people of all the time. When you talk about history, you leaving something out. That's the point I've been making about history. Is that you left the most important piece of information out. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. You left that out. You shouldn't have did that. See, there's some people walking around who want to do other people wrong. You shouldn't have left that piece of information out. That's very important. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. It's important. Because before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, the state of Illinois, the history of America and the world, it's important. Because people made choices and decisions that didn't include the Nagamon Library. But when we talk about Gnosticism, the Catholic Church had already refuted Gnosticism, had proved that Gnosticism was a heresy. So when people talked about Gnosticism, the only place you can find out about Gnosticism, the Catholic Church. You had to refer to the Catholic Church for information pertaining to Gnosticism. Adversus Heresies, a 5-volume book that Bishop St. Irenaeus, the Bishop of Lyons, a Bishop St. Ignatius, the Bishop of Antioch, they wrote a 5-volume book refuting Gnosticism. What that means? Prove that Gnosticism was a heresy. Meaning that you taking the church, you taking the verses from the Holy Bible, you taking verses from the Holy Bible and distorting it. The same thing that you did with the information from the Neoplatons, as well as possibly other faiths and beliefs in religion, the so-called Gnostics. Because see, what you're trying to claim is that some lesser God who was not knowledgeable, who was ignorant, supposedly created a material world. And that material world was flawed, was evil. The information that you're talking about, this so-called demiurge, that's not your information. That's not no Gnostic information. That's the Neoplatons information. And not only the Neoplatons information, it goes further back because the student named Plato was taught by Socrates. So the information is ancient information. It's ancient information. Very ancient. And all you did was just took it and distorted it. See, Plato had numerous students. For example, one of his students, Plotinus, as well as Aristotle, was a student of Plato. See, information is important to know history. It's important. It's important to be knowledgeable. It's important to be informed about history, because history is a broad subject. It's a broad subject. It's not limited, it's unlimited. And if you're not informed, don't mean that you know everything, but it's important that you inform yourself. Just like I said today, it's Easter Sunday. It's important that you inform yourself about the Catholic Church. It's important. And it's important that when you inform yourself about the Catholic Church, that the information is accurate. It's important. The history of the city of Chicago is important because it includes the Catholic Church. There were many Catholics who lived in America. There were many Catholics who were living in the state of Illinois. Not only Christians or professed Christians, but people who Catholics. The history of the city of Chicago is important. Because like I said, people make choices in decisions. What you talk about, what's right and what's wrong. One day, slavery ended. People were debating about slavery. One day, it ended. It ended. After all that debating, even a civil war, slavery ended. And now we talking about modern day slavery. All over the world. In various forms. There were many other human rights organizations talk about. For example, human rights organizations such as like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Anti-Slavery International, and many, many others organizations that stand for human rights as well as civil rights organizations. So, for example, the NAACP, the Urban League, talking about human rights as well as civil rights. See, it's important that you know history and be accurate, because you have to pay attention. Some people claiming that they trying to tell you history, but many other people say that no, you're not trying to tell history right. You left something out. We hear this many a time. We hear this all the time. That you left something out. But it's important. It's just like today. We have the World Wide Web. We ain't always had. When I say we as people all over the world. It hasn't always been a World Wide Web. It took time to, make the World Wide Web. And there's still advances and progress being made to the World Wide Web, the internet. And so when we talk about the history of the city of Chicago, it's important. Anytime somebody tries to negate the history of the city of Chicago, you should always accuse them of being the ones that's going around trying to commit all these atrocities and going around trying to be violent, trying to do all these things to other human beings as well as to nature and wildlife, the environment. Should always accuse them and to always stand. Always stand. Stand up and resist. And resist them. What I was doing here on the desktop when we talk about the history of the city of Chicago. Some information available. One of the places you can go, www.chicagoganghistory.com. What they call a web page, website. But then I also went to another tab and I just put in the search bar, Chicago gang history. And so there are a variety of places you can go just talking about the history of the city of Chicago. For example, gangresearch.net, talking about Chicago gangs. Pinterest is a search, what they call Pinterest, Pinterest. You can go there. You can even go to the Department of Justice. They got information about gangs. Then you can go to what's this other one? Chicago History Museum. Of course, you can go to Wikipedia, talking about gangs. Chirac Drill. You can go to the J Store. You can go to what's this other one? Then, of course, you can buy your book. You can go to Amazon.com, buy your book. They got this IMDb database. Then you got Reddit. They also talk about gang history. Reddit talk about gang history. So it's a variety of places that you can go. You know, when you be online, you're trying to find out about gang history. You know, then what? It's a variety of places. Variety. When you put it in a search bar, you know, you can word it the way you want. Then when all that information pop up in front of you, you know, that's the World Wide Web. You know, but it's important to know history. See, when you talk about history, it's not the only place, but that's one of the places that, you know, or was it www.chicagoganghistory.com. And see, they're not talking about one particular gang. They're talking about gangs with an S on the end. Gangs. In the city of Chicago. All ethnicities, all races, you know, in the city of Chicago. Asian gangs, white / European gangs, of course, black / African American. Then you have all your Hispanic, Latin gangs, and possibly may have been some Native American, because, you know, the history of the state of Illinois, a lot of Native Americans in the state of Illinois and the surrounding states, as well as in the United States of America. Matter of fact, when they talk about DuSable, he was married to a Native American woman. You know, that's the history of the state of Illinois, the history of the city of Chicago. You know, when you talk about the city of Chicago, I guarantee you what's going to come up. DuSable. And in the history of the city, you know, and when you talk about DuSable, they're going to talk about this woman that he was married to. She was a Native American woman. First Native American woman. I look at the desktop. But see, being vice lord, see, when you talk about the history of the vice lord, see, it's a lot of history before, you know, all this. Talking about the talking about the late 1800s. This is after Civil War. The late 1800s, the early 1900s. And see, I was watching a YouTube video, and see, again, it's just history, you know, and what it was, Chicago gang culture. Matter of fact, now, like I said, it was a YouTube video. It is a well-paid YouTube channel called Chicago Gang Channel. And the reason why I mentioned that is that it was talking about the same thing, talking about the history, early history. Okay, that's what it was. And one of the videos that's on there is called the Black Organized Crime Timeline in Chicago. And it talked about a lot of things that's historical. I mean, you know, it's significant. Talking about the policy, and you know how all the numbers racket came into the, you know, it was started in Chicago, in the city of Chicago, and a man named Mushmouth Johnson, you know, early 1900s, you know, Mushmouth Johnson. But he wasn't the only person involved in street hustling, because that's what it was, street hustling. And so, and of course, you know, we're talking about bigotry, racism, prejudice. But the thing about it was the early 1900s, how all these black/African Americans, because there were white people, all white/Europeans already living in what we call the United States of America, the state of Illinois. And then we talk about Catholics and Christians. So the city of Chicago. And so a lot of black/African Americans living in the South, like Tennessee, where I'm, the city of Memphis, state of Tennessee, Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Kentucky, Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, you know, and even possibly, you know, Florida, Georgia, and, you know, on that side, on that, you know, in that part of the country. But the majority, Mississippi, Tennessee, Arkansas, Alabama, Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma as well, you know, Kentucky, being close to the state of Illinois. Then the state of Missouri is next door to the state of Illinois. Coming from the south, leaving all that sharecropping behind, all that way of life behind, coming to the industrialized north. Because they needed labor. Not just in the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago, but other states, Indianapolis, you know, Indiana, Iowa, Minnesota, then of course the state of Michigan, the city of Detroit, with all the automobile factories and things of this nature. They needed labor. You know, then later on World War One, of course, happened, but then they needed labor in these factories. And so the early 1900s, see, when you know the history of the city of Chicago, the conservative vice lord, it wasn't in existence then. We talking about the early 1900s. See, it wasn't around then. What you see today, even a lot of this white gangs, it didn't exist. It wasn't in existence. Later on, you start having these white gangs or whatever. And like we was talking about Mushmouth Johnson and his policy and numbers, and then the people that came behind him, you know, in the city of Chicago. And so, the early 1900s, it's important. And then you get to after World War One, all these black / African Americans living in the city of Chicago, the conditions were horrible conditions, poverty stricken. You know, education that was unheard of. You know, that was just something that just wasn't even provided. Education. And then the majority of the people who were coming up already were denied education in the Jim Crow South. Then they come up north, no education whatsoever. Then you're talking about street hustling. But then the few who did have some kind of what they call education. Then you had these historically black colleges and universities in various locations around the United States of America. And of course, this so-called sorority and fraternity stuff started at these white schools and then at these historically black colleges and universities. Without this Nagamon library, things were different. You know, the sororities and fraternities, it was different. And of course, history, you know, America was different. It wasn't no Nagamon library. See, before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon library, it was different. And so, when we talk about this, so-called gang, the black gangs, African American gangs in Chicago, where they talk about these two gangs called the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers. So it's still early 1900s, 1920s, something like that. 1927, around on the south side of Chicago. See, like I said, it was different. Before the Nagamon Library, discovery of the Nagamon, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, it was different. But still, the activities of the individual were just street hustling. Basically street hustle. That's all it was. It wasn't nothing about no God or religion or nothing. It was just basically street hustle because the majority of blacks were poor, poverty stricken, trying to feed yourself, trying to provide for yourself and possibly your family. It was street hustling, as well as service jobs, being janitors, maids, shining the white man and the white woman's shoes and stuff like that. Service jobs. Being a butler and a maid and, cutting grass and, any kind of service job you talking about that the white man, the white woman didn't want to do. That's what you did. Being a black / African American, that's what you did. Clean the sewers. That's what you did. Washing cars. And then talking about getting paid, well, you got the lowest pay. You weren't going to get rich being no maid and being no butler. Pushing the button on the elevator for a white man and a white woman. Opening and closing doors when you go to a motel or a hotel. The white man, white woman can't even open the door for themselves. But you standing there with a doorman's uniform on, opening and closing doors. Them the type of jobs that a black / African American who left sharecropping came up to the north, to the state of Illinois, to the state of Michigan, even to the state of Ohio. Came up from the south looking for a supposedly better life, leaving sharecropping behind, coming up to the state of Indiana, the state of Minnesota, the state of Iowa, to work in these factories, the industrialized north. So in the city of Chicago, you had these gangs. Of course, you had white gangs, of course. But they talk about these two black gangs, black / African American gangs, the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheeples. Street hustling. Street hustling. Like, for example, like they said on Chicago Gang Channel, they talking about, for example, Mushmouth Johnson and how he created basically the policy, the numbers racket, what we call today a lottery. That's where it got started. It's history. You ain't got to be sitting around trying to argue with me. Look, I'm not finna get no argument with anybody about the history of the lottery. You can go do your own research. You can go to the World Wide Web and you can find out whatever you need to know about the lottery. But the thing about it, then of course World War II. Now the Sheiks and the Shebas, the Sheiks and the Shebas, according to history, they weren't just on the south side of Chicago, but later on, around about the 1940s. See, World War II was already going on. World War II was already started. And so you had a lot of black / African Americans, not only the whites fighting in World War II, but then you had black / African Americans getting involved fighting also in World War II. But the Sheiks and the Shebas, they moved to Maxwell Street Market area. That's the near west side of Chicago. Now, it's saying that, according to history, that people were advertising a better life. For example, the Chicago Defender newspaper was telling black/African Americans to come up to the North. Leave all that stuff in the South behind. And so, you had this migration, like I've been saying, from the South, from Alabama, from Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Missouri, so on and so forth. Now, when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, we talking about them same black/African American gangs they started the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheiks together. They were the ones, they did this together. It wasn't just the Dirty Sheiks, or it wasn't just the Wailing Sheiks, but it was both the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheiks. They created the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers over there on Halsted Street in Chicago around 40s and the 50s. And it says in the history of the city of Chicago, it said that the Clovers and the Chaplains moved over there to the North Lawndale area of the city of Chicago. And so, based on what the Shebas and the Sheiks created, the Clovers and the Chaplains, and see around the 50s, you start having these. When the Clovers and the Chaplains, they weren't into all that gangbanging when they started, because it was started by the two African American gang, black/African American gang, the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheiks. So it didn't start out as gangbanging. They ain't what they started. They did not start out as being gangbangers. But later on, when you talk about the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers, that's not what the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheiks said. They did not start the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers to start gangbanging. That's the point. That ain't what they did. But then later on, in the early 1950s, when you had just the Clovers and the Chaplains, of course those old heads were still around. The old heads were still around. The Sheiks and the Shapers were still around. But then, in the early 1950s, you start having fist fights. Now remember, when you're looking at history, it's something, see, this is the point. This is the very, very important point, that when I talk about history, you left something out. Because that's the reason why. You left something out. You left out that the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, Gnosticism. When people all around the world found out about this Gnostic writing. See, this is the reason why people debate about right and wrong. What do you do with this information that's been discovered? This is the reason why people today, even today, they still debate about right and wrong. Was it right what you did with this information? Was it wrong? See, this is what people continue to debate about. When they discover at the college and university. Because you're not going to sit around and debate about a little boy, a little farm boy in Nagamata, Egypt, who found it outside playing. And you're not going to have no debate about this little boy's father, who was a farmer, trying to figure out what to do with what his son had found. Because it wasn't the farmer who found that information. It was a little farm boy outside playing. That's who found it. That's who discovered the Nagamata library. So you're not going to have no big debate with anybody about the farmer, what he did with the information. But supposedly, educated people at the colleges and universities and academia around the world, at colleges and universities all over the world, it's going to be a long time debate about right and wrong. It's going to be a long time debate about right and wrong. Because when the colleges and universities found out about this information, what did you do? Or what you didn't do? This is going to be debated as being right and wrong. That was going to be debated for a long time. When it comes to the history of the city of Chicago, that's a very, very important issue. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamata Library. It's important. It should not be left out. Many people's lives were destroyed. Destroyed because a person or persons who claim to have education, claim that they was trying to do what's right and trying to tell other people about the Nagamata Library, about Gnosticism. You claim that you got education. So those people that you telling that to, basically, they trusted you. Because the people that you was talking to had limited education. You did people wrong. It's very obvious when you read information that's in front of you. For example, www.gainhistory.com, and you learn about you reading about the history of the vice lords. It's very important. What brought about a change? Why are people fist fighting? Who started this game? The dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. What did they start? The Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. They didn't start out gangbanging. But what brought about a change? When you start having fist fights. Apparently, the people in the gang not listening to the old heads. Apparently, you're not listening. Now you're having fist fights. People possibly getting killed. It was something different. It's something very, very different. Something wrong. That's what it means. Something wrong. You start having fist fights in the early 1950s. The discovery in 1945 of the Nagamon Library. Some leftover Gnostic writing that didn't get destroyed, that should have been destroyed with the rest of that Gnostic writing. That was wrong. That was the change. Start having fist fights and stabbings and shootings, as well as rapes and all the other crimes. But it started being these fist fights, meaning somebody fighting against somebody else. It meaning that it was somebody who was not friends with other people. They were fighting. And they weren't just, it wasn't no training. It wasn't no trying to teach somebody how to box. No, it was people who were being violent. People using violence. People trying to hurt and kill other people. See, it's important to talk about the history of the city of Chicago. All the people that were migrating from the South, leaving the Jim Crow South, coming to Chicago and the state of Illinois, as well as all the other industrialized states, coming to Michigan, coming into Indiana, as well as Ohio, coming up to the state of Iowa, coming up to the state of Minnesota, coming up north, coming up to the state of Wisconsin, coming up there from the South. But it's something different in the early 1950s, because the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers, they didn't start out gangbanging. They really were trying to help Black/African Americans coming from the South. They were trying to help find some place to live, to get a job. They were trying to help Black/African Americans. In the early 1950s, some changed. See, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library was in 1945. Now you have the college and university, the word is getting out that they discovered something. The Nagamon Library, some leftover Nazi writings. The Catholic Church had already refuted Gnosticism in the early 1st century, in the late 1st century, and early 2nd century. Already refuted Gnosticism. So basically, it really didn't make no difference about what, once we identified what had been discovered, some leftover Nazi right, it don't matter. It's already been refuted. It's some leftover Nazi right. The Catholic Church. Did anybody say anything about the Catholic Church? And what the Catholic Church said about the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library? Did anybody say anything about the Catholic Church? Apparently not. Apparently you left that out. You lied. People gonna be debating about right and wrong for a long time. for a long time. But see, like I said, it's www.chicagogamehistory.com, talking about history. Basically, but it's just the point that needs to be made is that it left out the importance, the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. They left that out, as well as it's being left out. I'm looking at a YouTube video on Chicago Game Channel. They left that out. See, when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, it shouldn't be left out. It's one of the most important subjects, issues that should be talked about. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. Some leftover Gnostic writing that was buried in a little farm boy in Nagamon East found it. Outside playing. And then when the colleges and universities around the world find out about it, you take that information to hurt people, to destroy wildlife, nature, the environment. The North and South Pole being destroyed. So you're trying to be destructive. Hell, you're trying to destroy yourself as well as others. Just going around being destructive. And that's not a good thing. Going around being destructive. You claim to be intelligent, being self-destructive, or just being destructive, period, is a sign of ignorance. Then, it talks about how dominant the Imperial chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers were. Then behind them, other people start doing things. For example, the Egyptian Cobras came behind the Clovers and the chaplains. Then, of course, you had all this stuff with these clubs. And so later on, we talk about the history. It's important. See, there's a lot of things going on in the city of Chicago. People doing things, you know, the chaplains and the clovers. For example, think about Sam Cooke and the Soul Stirrers during this period of time. See, this before the Vice Lord. So you're talking about the 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains. Sam Cooke was a young man in the early 1950s. He was 18 years old when he became the lead singer of the Soul Stirrers. He was already singing with that gumming that top. At the tip of my tongue, the Highway Q. Sam was singing with the Highway QCs. But think about the time period though. That was in as well as Lou Rawls, of course. Lou Rawls. But think about the time period. In the 1950s. See, Sam Cooke, being a young man, he was already singing with the Highway QC, when he was a young man at the church with this singing group, singing gospel music. But the Soul Stirrers, one of the most popular gospel groups and one of the most world-renowned, gospel singing groups, the Soul Stirrers. And at that time, R.H. Harris was the lead singer, but Sam Cooke took his place. And this in 1950. And so this in the city of Chicago. And so we talking about the history of the city of Chicago, what was going on during that period of time in the 1950s. After the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheeples. And then they started the 14th Street Clovers. The 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains. So Sam Cooke and his sisters and brothers during that period of time, the 1950s, and Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, Sam Cooke's childhood sweetheart. Think about the time period in Chicago. See, the Vice Lord wasn't around in 1950. It was the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers in 1950. So later on, you see, young Sam Cooke, Lou Rawls, 1950. Chicago, it was different. Sometimes when you talk about history, sometimes things like that will come up, and like Miss Barbara Campbell Cook and her family. See, it was different. The city of Chicago was different. Think about when Sam Cooke, even in the 40s, was a young man going to junior high school, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook. Think about it. The city of Chicago, the Wailing Shebas and the Dirty Sheiks in the 40s. They were going to junior high school. Then high school. It wasn't no vice lords around or anything else. In the late 40s, then World War II ended. But see, I'm looking at the time period. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the time period. See, it's important that you point these things out, that the life in the city of Chicago was different. During that period of time in the 40s, you talking about the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Shebas. So when you see Sam Cooke and his sisters and brothers, as well as Sam Cooke's mother and father, you see Sam Cooke's childhood sweetheart, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, and her family in the city of Chicago. It's important. That's one example. The Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Shebas. See, it wasn't no gang banging. It wasn't no gang banging. It was a lot of street hustling, of course. But life was hard for black / African American. It was just trying to make a living. Trying to feed yourself. Trying to food, clothing, and shelter. Street hustling. And of course, I mean, he had crime, of course. But not gang banging. Because that's what the Shebas and the Sheiks was about. It was about street hustling. That's it. But later on, it was the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Shebas. They started the 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains. It still wasn't no gang banging. It still wasn't no gang banging. It was still street hustling. So when little young Sam Cooke, Lou and Miss Barbara Campbell Cook in the city of Chicago, it was different. It wasn't no gang banging. Because Sam started singing with the Soul Stirrers in 1950 and made a recording, Jesus Gave Me Water, in 1951 with the Soul Stirrers in 1951. And of course, being a member of the group, started touring with the Soul Stirrers. So when you start talking about the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Close, then you start talking about some street fighting. And so again, when you start coming to the mid 1950s, that's when it starts saying something about street fighting, or what you call me being against you and you being against me. See, when you mention something in that way, you have to comprehend what you read. When somebody mentions something in history, and when you think it's so important that you include it, and when you say something about it in that way, it was on a scale. It wasn't just no one or two people, but it got to the point that people were noticing a complete change in the atmosphere, the environment changed. It was something different about everybody. It was something different about everybody. You start having people just fighting, and nobody know reason why. What's the reason why it's such a change? Why you had to mention something like that? Why you couldn't mention that it was jobs coming to the community? Black/African American were leaving the South, looking for a better life. In the mid 1950s, a factory came and many Black/African Americans got jobs. No, that wasn't what was different. For some apparent reason, in the mid 1950s, it was something different. You started having fist fights. What you mentioning that for? It was on such a damn scale that we had to mention it. People who used to be friends, now we enemies. That's the reason why we mention it. Something ain't right about these damn people. Something ain't right. That's the reason why people mention it in history. Because something that wasn't being done, now it's being done. The old heads, the dirty sheiks, and the wailing sheepers, they had influence with the white/Europeans. So it even wasn't that. You ain't even seeing nobody saying like the white people were so mad that they damn near try to kill every damn body. It only made a mention of the white flight. You really ain't saying nothing new. With the history of America, saying white people being against blacks and all this, you ain't really saying nothing new. Only thing it alludes to is the fact that there was a period of time that the whites were the majority in the city of Chicago, but when you had this migration, you had a lot of Black/African Americans coming from the South, and apparently there wasn't no whites doing the same thing. But you had this large number of Black/African Americans leaving the Jim Crow South, coming up to the northern, to Wisconsin, to Minnesota, to Iowa, to the state of Ohio, to the state of Michigan, to the state of Illinois, to these industrialized north, to these factories. They needed workers. So you had this migration, mass migration. So when you had this mass migration, of course the demographic gonna change. Now it's a lot of Blacks/African Americans. It wasn't like that years ago, prior to the 1950s, but now it's a large number of Black/African Americans congregating in this city, in the state of Illinois. So now it was already Black/African American, but now on a larger scale. But you don't hear, you don't hear like in the history, like it started being riots and it was just racial problems. I mean, it's being mentioned like some differences with Black/African American and white/European American, but not on the scale like you thought, like it was still going on today. See, when you mention something about fist fighting, and look who it is that's doing it. See, it's something that's mentioned in here about the whites, you know, having to deal with all these black / African Americans coming up to the city of Chicago. So now it's a number, you know. So now the whites begin to leave a certain neighborhood. They start moving away from like the Market Street area. There used to be a lot of whites living in certain parts of Chicago. Then because of the black migration, then the whites started leaving. So they mentioned that. But what you didn't hear them say, that the white people stayed where all these black / African Americans and was still getting into fights. It was whites trying to kill the blacks. And then the blacks fought back. So then it became a racial war. You don't hear nobody saying nothing like that in history. Not even on the YouTube channel. But it's something that the black / African Americans in this neighborhood, in this area, is something that's different. Because the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas, they were black / African American. They've been there since the early 1900s. They've been there in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago. You don't hear nobody saying nothing about fist fighting. You don't hear nobody saying nothing in the history of the city of Chicago. You had so-called two gangs. You don't hear nothing about them two getting into it with each other. The dirty sheiks being against the wailing shebas, and the wailing shebas being against the dirty sheiks. You don't hear that. You hear something in history that the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas, they were the ones who started the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. You still don't hear anything about the Imperial Chaplains being against the 14th Street Clovers. You don't hear nothing about the 14th Street Clovers being against excuse me, against the dirty sheiks. You don't hear nobody saying nothing like that. In the history of the city of Chicago, that's important. That's important. It's important. Nobody said that the reason why the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas started the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers because they was mad at each other. And they wanted to have a fight. Nobody said that. You don't even hear nobody saying that the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas were trying to kill all the damn white people. You don't hear nobody saying that. You don't hear nobody saying nothing about the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers trying to kill all the damn white people. You don't hear nobody saying that. Excuse me. But what you hear, what area is this? This is important. It's saying that the dirty sheiks and the wailing shebas created the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. Where? In Halstead Street. In Halstead Street. On Halstead Street. Okay. And then what happened? In the early 1900s, around 1951, it said that the Clovers and the Chaplains migrated to North Lawndale. Where? And something else they mentioned, saying that they were not in gangbanging. See, the Clovers and the Chaplains, they working together, being guided by them old heads. They working together. They not working against each other. They working together. And where they go? Both the Clovers and the Chaplains, where do they go? They both migrated together to the North Lawndale area, to North Lawndale. That part of town. Then what? Then, in the mid-1950s, what happened? Around the near west side, what happened? You start hearing about some fist fighting. Why you had to mention that? It's a reason why they said something about it. Because the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Shebas were black / African American. And they were not fighting against each other. Then those two gangs created the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. They were not fighting against each other. They were not gang banging. They were black / African Americans. Then in the 1954, mid-1950s, in the mid-1950s, what happened? The same people who moved to North Lawndale, what happened? They started having fights. The same people. The Clovers fighting against the Clovers. The Chaplains fighting with the Chaplains. The Chaplains fighting against the Clovers fighting against the Chaplains. That's the reason why they mentioned it. Because it was just people fighting. Black / African American were fighting against each other. People trying to survive. And then what happened to the Sheets and the Shapers? Now you don't want to listen. That's what's starting to happen. Because see, you still got people coming up to Chicago. That's what was happening. See, when you talk about this Nagamon library, always remember about these white people, first of all, the white / European, first of all. When we talk about the Nagamon library, the white people are arguing with each other. That's the first thing you want to understand. The so-called white / European American, they'll argue and fight with each other. They'll disagree with each other. So when it comes to the Nagamon library, some leftover nasty writing, they'll argue with each other about right and wrong, or what to do this and do that. Then they'll sit around and argue and disagree with black / African Americans. For example, the black / African Americans at the historically black colleges and universities. And that also included Hispanic, Latino Americans, and First American, Native Americans, and Asian, East Asian Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders. But we talking about a certain period of time, so we talking about these colleges and universities, historically black colleges and universities, the sorority and fraternity. And this discovery of the Nagamon library, something different. Something different. And that's what it is. You had people outside of the city of Chicago. That's one of the things that had to be looked at. It ain't just the people that's in the city of Chicago, but you got the people that's outside of the city of Chicago. At the historical black colleges and universities and all these other colleges and universities, claiming that they got education. Now you got people having disagreements. People are talking about what's right and what's wrong. People don't want to listen to this person. People want to listen to this person. People having fights. You got to ask the question, what is it that people doing? Why is it so important for somebody to talk about history and then you include fist fighting in the history? What they fighting about? They ain't really just go into detail. They ain't say like what people fighting about. They fighting about democracy. They still fighting about integration. Might not agree about how to deal with civil rights movement. Since it's black / African American, they got into a heated argument. And some of the black / African Americans in Chicago, they had a disagreement with the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And they got into a big fight. No, that ain't what they got to fighting about. People were fighting about territory. People were fighting. Now you got the 14th Street closed and the Imperial chaplains trying to claim territory. They were started by the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Sheepers, who wasn't never fighting about no damn territory. But now you got some more groups. It ain't just the chaplains. It ain't just the Cobra. Now you got the Egyptian Cobras that came behind the chaplains and the Cobras. And some more. These so-called athletic clubs wearing these athletic sweaters. But it's something that you left out. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. See, the white / European Americans, let's not leave this out. They'll disagree with each other about religion, about God. You got all this Protestant and Catholic, as well as Islam. And see, during the 50s and the 60s, let's not forget some of this occult stuff and all this Freemasonry. The Order of the Eastern Star. All that stuff. The occult. That stuff was still around. It still had an influence. And then you're talking about the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. This is the reason why it's so important. Before the discovery of the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, that's what a lot of white / European Americans, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Theosophy Society, Spiritism. Talking about looking at a crystal ball and trying to tell your future. See, it's a lot of white / European American, they be involved in the occult. That's a way of life for them, the occult. Then you got all this Neoplatonism, as well as so-called Gnosticism. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. See, this was something that the white / European Americans were involved in. Before the 1945 discovery, and the white / European, they'll disagree with each other about socialism, communism, capitalism. They'll disagree with each other. Not only agree, but they'll disagree with each other. As well as you add all this other stuff in there about integration. Because during this period of time, that was some of the things after World War II. Integration. Then from integration, civil rights movement. But see, when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, you start talking about the vice lords. But see, you don't never leave out the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library because it's something in history that's being mentioned. You don't never leave that out because it's something that's not being said. Something being said, but there's something that's not being said. It's you saying something about fist fighting, but you're not saying what was the cause of it. You're saying something about fist fighting at a period of time in the city of Chicago. When you mention something like that, some people not able to comprehend what they read. If they'll read it, but then they'll move on. But I'm saying this, that when I seen it, I already knew what was being alluded to, that there was something different about the people in the city of Chicago, as well as in America and around the world. Something different. It's being said in such a way that at a period of time, all of a sudden, it's just like all of a sudden it had to be mentioned in such a way. You know what I'm saying? It's like it was like all over the place. It was like damn near everybody in the city of Chicago was fighting. That's the way it's being said. It's such a significant thing that it had to be mentioned. That it was something so drastic of a change and so sudden that at that period of time, something was different about the people. They started fighting with each other. But it didn't say like what was the cause. What was it that these people who were a year ago, but now people fighting. How is that? How is it that the 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains together can come up with an idea? They can have an idea and say, look, man, we're gonna go over here to North London. We're gonna go into the London. Okay. Why is it that the chaplains had to go to North London? Why is it that the 14th Street Clovers had to go to North London? Why they didn't go in separate directions? But why did the Clovers and the chaplains together go to North London? Why you did that together? And then after you did that together, why is it that in that same location it's all this fighting? How is that? How is it that you can go together to North London without even having any disagreement? You don't even hear about some of them broke away from each other because they didn't agree. So some of the chaplains went their own way and some of the Clovers went their own way. No, they all went together. They had the whole damn gang. All the damn chaplains and all the damn Clovers, they all went to North London together. Nobody disagreed. Nobody said, no, man, forget that. You ain't, no, man, no. Man, we ain't going over there. No, they all said, yeah, okay, we going over to North London. And then after you get to North London, what happened? What happened in the near west side? What happened? All of a sudden you got all this fighting going on. Well, who the hell was over there in North London? Was it the chaplains and the Clovers getting into it with each other? Apparently not. But it was just people all together. It didn't matter. It was just everybody fighting. But see, it's something about the people in the city of Chicago as well as people outside the city of Chicago. The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. That's what it is. Narcissism. You don't know what the hell you talking about. Because a lot of black/African Americans were denied education undereducated, and miseducated. So when you said something about narcissism during that period of time, nobody really can know who to listen to. So of course it's going to lead to fighting. It was wrong to do that. That's wrong. People getting hurt, people getting killed. Some refuted junk. Already been refuted way back in the 1st and 2nd century. Narcissism. Think about how before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, all these so-called sorority and fraternities at these historically black colleges and universities, and all these other colleges and universities, all these white men and women, because that's who started all this sorority and fraternity mess. Then you had the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library. Hell, they can't even get along with each other. That's a serious thing. When the white / European Americans can't even get along with each other. They can't agree about nothing. Talking about some narcissism. Some of them already knew that. They couldn't trust each other. They go behind each other back. Especially all this man versus woman and woman versus man. And during that period of time, there wasn't no such thing as no LGBT, queer, transgender, transsexual, all that. A lot of stuff was in the closet. A lot of that stuff was in the closet. Wasn't no woman walking around telling nobody that she was a lesbian or she was bisexual. All this stuff was in the closet. Let alone talking about a man, but we talking about the women. Wasn't no woman walking around talking about, talking about being accepted and being on the job, and just being openly lesbian or gay, bisexual, all this stuff, like it is today. Then talking about today you have what? Transgender, transsexual. Well, see, it wasn't nothing like that. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, as well as after, it wasn't like that. Wasn't no white woman walking around saying nothing like that. Because the culture at that time, you just didn't say things like that in public or in private. And then talking about a white man walking around, talking about he gay, talking about he bisexual, talking about you a homosexual, and talking about other white men accepting you. That was a different day and time. So of course, a lot of white men and women, European men and women, they didn't agree with each other. And it'll lead to fights. They get into it with each other. And so that's what caused a lot of problems. Is when the white / European American can't even agree with each other. They'll get to fighting with each other. I'm talking about we ain't just talking about no arguing. We talking about literally getting into a fight with each other. And then and kill each other. Yeah, they will. They done it. You seen all them cowboy pictures? That's an example. Yeah, kill each other. But see, when we talking about the history of the city of Chicago, it's important. Because that was one of the things that people had to deal with in the city of Chicago. Had to deal with people outside the city of Chicago. At these colleges, at these historically black colleges and universities, the sorority and the fraternity, claiming that they had education. claiming you got education, and then thinking that somebody listening to you. When you got all these people walking around talking about they in a sorority, fraternity, all these different, sometimes people disagree with each other. Sometimes people wouldn't agree about what's right and what's wrong, or this the right way to do something, or this the right way to do something, or we gonna do this or do that. Hell, people had disagreement about civil rights movement. Like Dr. Martin Luther King talking about non-violence, and him in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC. Well, hell, some of the young people, they disagreed with Dr. Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. A lot of them disagreed. They were more militant. They wanted to fight the white man. See, people, so again, see, that's another problem which caused people to fight in North London and the near west side of Chicago. It was this outside influence with this Nagamon library. See, a lot of black / African Americans weren't educated. And so when you claim that you got education, that don't mean that people with education do what's right. Or what we say is right and what we say is wrong. So it leads to violence. It leads to violence. It's important that if you don't understand, comprehend what you read, you can be misled. See, it's important that we talk about what is it about this fighting that started all of a sudden. It wasn't like that all the time. And so when you see it, you can't, everybody don't comprehend what they read. Some people have comprehension problems. Just like, not just in language comprehension, mathematical comprehension. See, when you comprehend, it means that you understand. That the history of the city of Chicago is important. And when you read, when you learn about the history of the city of Chicago, a lot of things have to be discussed, talked about, because it's something that can't be overlooked. And it most certainly not only don't overlook it, but you have to talk about it in such a way, you have to explain to people what is going on. What's going on? What is all this fighting about? Who up here? What? It's important. So that's the reason why I take the time that I do to make sure that it get talked about. What is wrong going on? What's wrong? What are people all of a sudden fighting about? See, when you hear about, when you see history, why is it that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep was being referred to as a gang of black / African? They weren't even doing it. And for a long period of time, from the early 1900s all the way to the 1940s, this is like 40 some years, almost close to 50. That's a long time. And whatever understanding that those guys had, it lasted for a long time. They started, and look at all the things they did. They started. We talk about the chaplains and the clover so much, but look who it was that started it. It was the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep. It wasn't the white people. It was the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. They put it down. This is how you do things. Basically, what they were saying, this is the right way to do things, including some of them same sororities and fraternities that we be talking. It ain't like Chicago was some foreign place. Them same sororities and fraternities, they was coming up to Chicago because they know they had family members living in Jim Crow South who were migrating to the north, to Wisconsin, to Minnesota, to Indiana, even to the state of Ohio, to the state of Michigan, to Iowa, to the state of Illinois. Them same black men and women at the historically black colleges and universities before the 1945 discovery of the Nagmont Library. They were coming up to the city of Chicago too. So when you talk about the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers, they know about it too. For that long a period of time, and when you seen all these black / African Americans migrating, it ain't something that the sorority fraternity overlooked. They was involved in it because they experienced the Jim Crow laws themselves. Many historically black colleges and universities is in the South, just like here in the city of Memphis. Lemoyne College is right here in the city of Memphis, in the Jim Crow South, as well as Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee State, right here in the state of Tennessee, in the Jim Crow South. It ain't nowhere in the world nobody that's black / African American. And you got all these other historically black colleges and universities in the Jim Crow South. It ain't nowhere in the world all this migration from the Jim Crow South to the city of Chicago and to the north. It ain't nowhere in the world that them historically black colleges and universities, they wasn't aware of the city of Chicago, the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers. You ain't heard nothing about no fighting. See, the sororities and fraternities, they was in contact with the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers. How is it that Mushmouth Johnson gonna start a policy talking about some numbers again, and then gonna talk about you gonna have some customers? A lot of black / African Americans didn't know how to count, didn't know how to read, could barely pronounce their own name. Coming from the Jim Crow South, they had no education, including Mushmouth Johnson and all the rest of them involved in street hustling. But see, this is how, when you talk about something in history, it's important to talk about it, because you have to understand that there was something different, something very different. To say something like that, and when you know the history of the, when you know that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers, the influence that they had in the city of Chicago as well as outside the city of Chicago. And then they were the ones who started the Imperious Chapel in the 14th Street Clovers. And the understanding that after they started, somebody walking around making sure you stay in line, making sure you didn't disrespect the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers? Was it somebody walking around? Was it a group of enforcers? It had to be saying, look, this is something that you don't do. You don't disrespect the wailing sheepers. You don't disrespect the dirty sheets. And when they started, the Imperial chaplains in the 14th Street Clovers, somebody was still telling you, you don't disrespect the old heads, first of all, because we started the Imperial chaplains in the 14th Street Clovers. That's what we started. So you don't disrespect the old heads. And they didn't. And they didn't. You don't see nobody saying nothing like, man, they started losing respect for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, and they caused the problem. You don't hear nobody saying nothing. So that's the reason why you talk about it, because it had to be something that got to be on. What is it that's causing the fights? The 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, Gnosticism, and how you lied. It's people lying to other people about Gnosticism. That's the reason why people were fighting. Because a lot of those sororities and fraternities, it affects them too. See, they knew about it. They knew about the city of Chicago. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. The Imperial chaplains in the 14th Street Clovers. And then they started fighting on the west side of Chicago. On the west side of Chicago. Then from the west side of Chicago to the south side of Chicago, they started fighting and killing. See, it's important. See, when you talk about the sorority fraternities, they're not being left out either. Because, see, it affect everybody. It affect everybody. It was something that was done, something that happened that people didn't expect to happen. For so long, for so many years, after the Catholic Church had already refuted Gnosticism. Already refuted Gnosticism way back in the 1st century, in the early 2nd century. That was already done, as well as all those other heresies. The Catholic Church had already refuted Gnosticism. Like I said, as well as all those other heresies, including Protestantism. Already refuted and still refuting it today. Even today. Still telling you the same thing. That Protestantism is a heresy. Still telling you the same thing today. The Catholic Church. See, when we talk about fist fighting in North Lawndale, South Lawndale, East Lawndale, West Lawndale, the whole Lawndale area, the west side of Chicago, spreading from the west side of Chicago, killing to the south side of Chicago. See, a lot of black / African Americans, not only in the city of Chicago, were fighting, but there were people fighting outside of the city of Chicago. That's why it's important. The 1945 discovery of Nagamon Library and at these colleges and universities all around the world. It affected everybody. Because people lied. They didn't tell the truth. They just lied. And then when you lie, people accuse you of lying. They want to hurt you. Because that's what you're trying to do to them. Trying to hurt them. So this is what you're trying to use violence. And when you try to use violence, you cause other people to be violent with you. Violence begets violence. And then not only that, but then you got all these other faiths and beliefs. It just leads to violence. So it's important. It's important. Because you have to really, really, really focus on what was different at that time. Why is it that the 14th Street closed and the Imperial Chapel not being accused of gangbanging or just fist fighting? Nobody accused them of doing anything prior to that period of time. Like I said, they were trying to help black/African Americans. Still coming up to the city of Chicago, but what caused the difference when them black/African Americans coming up to the city of Chicago, they were not familiar with a lot of things like other people in the city of Chicago were. And then again, some of the people that was coming up to the city of Chicago, you act like you know something that other people don't. You act like some of the people in the city of Chicago is just dumb, so don't listen to what they say. That's what caused the problem. See, there was a lot of that going on. Somebody think they know more than other people. You don't want to listen to them, but you want somebody to listen to you. That caused a problem. See, it wasn't no World Wide Web during that period of time. Like, you had a library, and then, you have a library in every city, and they try to have the same books or same information because we had a copying. Copying, this whole idea of copying had already been invented. So when it comes to books being printed and copying, that was already done. So you have libraries in all these different cities. When it comes to information being printed, you can print the same information. But during this period of time, the 1945 discovery of the Nagmar Library, it had just been discovered in 1945. So it's only 5 years from 1945 to 1950. It's only a 5-year difference. Then you get to the mid 1950s, you're talking about a 10-year difference. I mean, people are hearing about it, but some people didn't have access to that information. That caused a problem. Because remember, it had just been discovered in 1945. Everybody don't have access to that information. So the scholars in all these colleges and universities, they had to hear about it. They had to hear that some Gnostic writings had been found in Nag Hammadi, Egypt. Nowhere else on earth, even today, You don't hear nobody saying that they found some more. Nowhere on God's green earth or anywhere have you heard anybody say that they found any other Gnostic writings anywhere. So now all you doing talking about some Gnostic writing is Gnosticism. It's a heresy. But all this fighting that was going on, all of a sudden, that was the reason why. Because let's not forget, the migration was still happening. It wasn't just the people who were living already in the city of Chicago, but you still had this migration from the Jim Crow South coming up to the city of Chicago, including the sororities and the fraternities. Now you got to deal with this Nag Hammadi library. And when you had to deal with the Nag Hammadi library at that period of time, everybody didn't have a copy of the Nag Hammadi library. And then certainly, once you discovered it, you had to say what it was that had been discovered. Because they hadn't, the way people taught people about Gnosticism before the 1945 discovery now, that's important. At these colleges and universities all around the world, the way people were taught, the way the students were taught about Gnosticism, it was different. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nag Hammadi library, it was different. At all these colleges and universities around the world, when the college and university taught the students about Gnosticism, it was different. And then you had the 1945 discovery of the Nag Hammadi library. There wasn't no information. It wasn't no Gnostic writings before. But now, some Gnostic writings have been discovered. It's still Gnosticism. Because the Catholic Church to this day have not said anything different. It's Gnosticism. It's a heresy. And when the Catholic Church found out about it, the Catholic Church has not said anything different. Because it ain't nothing different. It's a heresy. It's some Gnostic, leftover Gnostic writings. Ain't nothing different. It's still a heresy. But during that period of time, see, a lot of people, because the way they were taught before the 1945 discovery of the Nag Hammadi library, and then you had to find out that they had found. See, some people, not all, some people, they take the same information and they use and misuse. They lie to themselves and others. Because take for instance, when the bishops and the deacons in the Catholic Church found out about it, they didn't use and misuse it. It's a heresy. That's what they're going to tell you. That was the official statement from all the bishops and the deacons. Whatever you found. And now they know exactly what it was that you found. It's still a heresy. It ain't nothing that you got to pay any attention to. We already know what it is. And when the Catholic Church at that time found out about it, and they know what, once everybody found out what it was that had been discovered, you ain't find nothing, you ain't find out anything that the Catholic Church got to listen to. You found out about some leftover Gnostic right. It's a heresy. It's a heresy. See, if you're not a Catholic, If you ain't never been informed about the Catholic Church, like a lot of black / African American, as well as Hispanic, Latino, as well as Asian, Southeast Asian, Asian American, Pacific Islands, so on and so forth. A lot of white / European American, just people in general, have not been informed about the Catholic Church. So when you find out about the name, you find out about out on the street. And see, that's what caused problems. That's what caused a lot of problems. So when you hear about some fighting on the near west side of Chicago, in the North Lawndale area, that's what you find out about. That there's some people coming up to the city of Chicago. Now they had telephones, and people did that too. People talking on the telephone to each other, like a lot of white / European Americans had telephones. They'll talk to each other on the phone about the same thing. A lot of black / African Americans too poor to have a phone. But still, those who did, eventually, when we talk about the 1945 discovery Nehemiah Library, eventually people find out about it. And how you deal with it is going to always be said that it was wrong. You ain't going to never say that's the right way to address this issue. You ain't going to never say that. Because there's too many people around the world who will talk about the same thing, about the discovery of the Nehemiah Library and the way it was handled. And they'll debate about the way the issue was handled. Including the Catholic Church. They ain't gonna never say. They're gonna always be a debate. But it's important that we talk about it, because look how people's lives being affected. People fighting. Look at don't that sound odd? If there's anything that you want to say about people, you want to say that people are advancing. People are progress. During the 1950s, there was a lot of advancements. There was a lot of progress. Look at all the automobiles. Look at all the fact they bringing up all these African Americans, blacks / African Americans from the Jim Crow South. Instead of being out in the fields, sharecropping, you trying to go to these factories. See, it's been a lot of advancements. It's been a lot of progress and a lot of products being produced. Look how they producing products. Look at the advancements in the progress factories. Look at the advancement in progress to the environment. When you producing all these products, it produces pollution. So you got to deal with the factory producing pollution. Look at all the advancements in the progress in the work environment. How you gonna work in a factory? And the work conditions are not safe. You go to a job, you damn near get killed on the job. You end up losing a limb on the job. See, it's a lot of advancements and progress. And you don't hear nobody, when you talk about the history of the city of Chicago, highlighting the advancements and the progress that's being made. But they want to talk about, it was such a event. It was so important that they had to include in the history of the city of Chicago that in the mid 1950s, people started fighting. What you mean started fighting? You mean to tell me all this street hustling going on, ain't nobody got into a fight or a crap game? It wasn't any competition where the people in the city of Chicago were competing for the money and even the drugs. Nobody got killed. Nobody wanted to fight against the other one for control. You know what I'm talking about? You don't you see that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep, they weren't even fighting with each other for control of street hustling. You don't hear nobody mention it. But then all of a sudden, look at how this sounds. All of a sudden, in the 1950s, the mid 19, look, think about Sam Cooke. He growed up in the mid 40s and late 40s. Started singing with the Highway QCs as a young man, young kid. Singing with the Highway QCs and them guys. Lou Rawls. And then Sam Cooke's sweetheart, Miss Barbara Campbell Cook. She growed up during that period of time too. Went to school with Sam Cooke. Why is it that all of a sudden, in the mid 1950s, Sam Cooke is touring with the Soul Stirrers by now? And then went on a solo career. He went to singing pop in the mid 1950s. He'd been touring with the Soul Stirrers. But he was living in the city of Chicago, rolled up from a child in the city of Chicago, so he knowed about the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. He already knowed about it. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook knowed about it too. Lou Rawls knew about it. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. He knowed about it. It wasn't no damn secret on the south side of Chicago. It wasn't no secret. And then the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep, they started. The Imperial chapters in the 14th Street Clover. I know a question gonna be asked like, why did they have, if they having so much influence, why did they have, well, I mean, you got another generation coming in behind them. And then it's a change in the atmosphere, not just the 14th Street, not just the 1945 discovery of the name Mine Library, but you had something else that's going integration. And see, you can't come up with these ideas and have all these older guys who was from the 1900s. Not saying they were not educated. That's not, because see, again, let's not leave out the historically black colleges and universities, the sororities and the fraternities. They know about Chicago too. And see, a lot of them sororities and fraternities, they know about it. So they used to talk to some of these people. That's the reason why things were different. They did things different. They had to have guidance from somebody. They had to get this information. And that's where a lot of things came from. The sororities and the fraternities, including the white Europeans. They showed them how to do things. How to deal, do things this way, do things that way. You learn from people around you as well as other people who come up to Chicago. So the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers, that's what they learn from. The whites as well as blacks. And so, that'll be another issue. But don't spend too much time on it. It's a generational thing. It's a generational thing. Comprehend what you read. When you hear about the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. There was a period of time in the early 1900s. Life was different for everybody. Life was different. You live in Chicago, you live in the state of Illinois, life was different. It was segregation everywhere. You had all this coming industrialization. It hadn't really fully came, but it was coming. Because products were being, you had all these people, inventions. You had inventions being invented. And when you had all these inventions being invented, it leads to industrialization, the factories. But during that early 1900s in the city of Chicago, you ain't see a lot of factories. Of course, it was no jobs, factory for the whites. For the whites during the 1900s. For the whites. And possibly being black, you may get a job in a factory. You might. You know. But the majority of the job in the early 1900s in a factory for the whites. What make you think somebody gonna pay the blacks a salary, a wage? Think about it. See, that's the reason why I'm saying the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. It was a different period of time. Life was different, very different. Most blacks / African Americans serving, shoe shine boy, cleaning windows, being a maid, cut the grass, edge the grass. And hell, they don't do it the way we do it today. You talking about cutting grass. You had one of them, what they call them things? You had a long wooden stick with a blade on the end. Sometimes that's the way they cut grass. Like you have to remember, all these inventions hadn't been invented yet. I know sometimes people then in the early 1900s, you probably seen somebody pushing some kind of thing with a little rolling ball with some blades on it to cut grass. Okay. But see, like we have to say, in the early 1900s, all these inventions hadn't been invented. Just like the light bulb. People were still using candles to light the room. See, don't misunderstand when we talk about generational. All the inventions had not been invented yet in the early 1900s. Talking about a light bulb, electricity, running water in the house, plumbing. Remember, we talking about the early 1900s. All the inventions had not been invented yet. So for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, time was very different. And I mean, you know, it's like culture shock. All of us, you know, sometimes they can be a culture shock too. When you have inventions being invented, life change. It's a life-changing thing. The light bulb. That changed a lot. That changed a lot. Going from candles to light bulbs, electricity. That changed. And talking about inventing electricity, the way it was being. When you talk about a factory using electricity, and then you talking about safety, people died in the factory. A lot of people died on the job because they ain't had the safety standards that we had. See, they had to be invented. They had to be, you know, invented too. They had to invent safety. Because with every product, there's a hazard in the factory. And how you going to produce? How you going to produce the product? Hell, man, people can get killed. So see, for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, time was different. It was very, very different. It's like a generational thing. One generation, you know what I'm saying, we had this and that. I can even admit to myself. Let me give you an example. Take me for example. Just like we be talking about the World Wide Web. That was a time in my life, it wasn't no World Wide Web. You see what I'm talking about? I'm a good example. Me. A generational example. My generation. From the end of 1960s. I was born in 68. So we talking about the end of the 60s. Coming into the 70s. Times were different. It was different. And because of all the things that's been invented, a lot of things haven't been invented yet. It didn't make life different. We call it convenience. Talking about microwave ovens. Now you know doggone well during my generation when they started having microwaves. About the 70s. The 70s. You see what I'm talking about? That's the same thing with the dirty sheets and the wedding shirt. You got to know how to use the doggone thing. You talking about the dirty sheets and the wedding sheets, and then you talking about turn the light on. It may sound one way, but you can't take it that way. Talking about turn the light on and turn the light off. Yeah, it sound that way today, but man, back in the early 100s, and then talking about having light, we still talking about segregation. Not just in the South, but in the North as well. Talking about having lights. That was something that was very rare. That's very rare for black / African American, even in Chicago. It was segregation. They're talking about turn the light on, turn the light off. See, for the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers, that was one of the things they had to deal with. The way we have, the way of life. Life was different. So when you come into the 50s, some of them old guys from the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers, yeah, it's a way we do things and don't do things with the things. But it ain't just about things. It's about us as a people. Me as a human being. See, there was a lot of things finna change. After World War II, a lot of things changed for the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers. It was a change. See, all that World War II producing all them weapons, see, that leads to inventions. Life was changing. Life was changing for the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers. Life was changing drastically. So when it comes to them, when it comes to the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers, see, a way of life, you got to maintain that influence. And so in order for you to maintain that influence, you got to create the 14th Street Clovers. You got to create the Imperial Chaplains to maintain their influence. Because these are our children. See, when you talk about the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers, who you think those guys were? That's those people's children. It wasn't just people coming from migrating from the South and then talking about we're going to start the 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains. No. The 14th Street Clovers and the Imperial Chaplains, that's who they came from. They parents and their grandparents with dirty sheets and wedding shivers. You got to maintain that influence. This is the way we do things. This is the way you behave. This is the way you conduct yourself. This is the way you do things. You maintain that influence. So the dirty sheets and the wedding shivers, They created the Imperial Chaplains, the 14th Street Clovers, because that's their children. That's their grandchildren, great-grandchildren. Then you had people coming, migrating from the South, coming up to Chicago. How you gonna have people coming up to Chicago don't even know each other from all these various places? No, let's just take a moment to consider this. You got people coming from the state of Tennessee, from the state of Arkansas, from the state of Texas and Oklahoma, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Missouri, Kentucky. They don't even know each other. So how you gonna sit there and not have think? You know what I'm saying? Just think about it, just for a moment. You got people migrating, they don't even know each other. And then all of a sudden you just get to a certain location, congregating all around. All you can say is we black / African American. Man, I don't know who you is and you don't know who I am. That's something you got to consider. You see how it sounds? That's what we talk. So when we talk about the dirty sheets and the wailing shebas, again, comprehend what you read. And when they started the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers, it wasn't nobody coming from all these various locations. And then you're going to tell them that you're an Imperial Chaplain and a 14th Street Clover. You know, come on now, your common sense. You got to have people already there. When the dirty sheets and the wailing shebas started, the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clover, just like Sam Cooke. He growed up in Chicago. And Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, she growed up in Chicago. They growed up in Chicago. So that's what it means. You got to grow up in that location. Because you know this environment. You've been taught by the dirty sheets and the wailing shebas. That's who taught Sam Cooke. That's who taught Miss Barbara Campbell Cook. It was the dirty sheets and the wailing shebas. And then 1945, discovery of the Nagamon Library. It's something different from what we've been taught. It's something different from what we've been taught. Not saying that it's something right, but it's something different. Because what you taught us about Gnosticism and about the Nagamon Library, it wasn't right. What you said on the street wasn't right. Because see, a lot of people didn't even know nothing about the Catholic Church. Except what you heard on the street. And that's the reason why you say what you hear on the street ain't always right. So when it comes to the dirty sheets and the wailing shebas, it's a generational, something different. Just like when I growed up. See, I was born in 1960, at the end of the 1960s. At the end. But see, life was changing. It's a lot of things were still being invented, just like today. And when all these inventions, it make life different. Of course, it creates convenience. Yeah, it's a lot of it's not necessarily a right or wrong thing. It's about a lot of the products being produced is about making life more convenient. It ain't say nothing about being right. Because you'll sit around and argue about some swimming trunks and a bikini. They being produced every day. And how is it being produced? Is that right for a woman to walk around with a G-string bikini? Is it right for a man to be walking around with a G-string bikini? Well, when you go to work, you tell a man and a woman they need a job. They need a job. It's right. Now, do I wear, as a man, do I wear, or do men wear G-string bikinis? Well, it all depends on the environment. Do me and other men? Of course, we wear G-string underwear. Do women? Of course, you see them all the time. Need a job. That's what it's gonna come down to. Need a job. Need an 8-hour or more, 5 days a week. Need a job. But see, that's the same thing. Producing all these products, these inventions. It necessarily don't mean that it's right or the product is right. Because you can sit around and talk about a condom, and I guarantee the Catholic Church, they already gave you a statement about condoms. You can produce abortion pills. You want to talk about right and wrong? Now, when you need a job, that's one thing. But let's just say you're a Catholic. Let's just say you're a Catholic. And somebody in the community say that they finna bring a factory producing condoms. And how much they gonna pay an hour? Well, the starting salary, $20 an hour. Starting. And you're a Catholic. The Catholic Church already made a statement about condoms. What about an abortion pill? Now we got an abortion pill today. The Catholic Church already gave you a statement on abortion, and now they got a pill. How many is a company finna produce coming to my neighborhood, to my city, and the company they're producing that pill, how much they paying an hour? Well, they say they're gonna start $25 an hour. Starting, you a Catholic. And how much they gonna pay out? $25 an hour. 5 days a week. Starting. See, that's the day and time we live in today. Today. So don't get wrapped up in right and wrong. See, when you talk about the wailing sheep and the dirty sheets, see, times were different. That's the point being made. See, times were different. It wasn't no such thing as no black man putting in no application for no job. Because it wasn't no work except service work. Go out there and sweep the circuit. Go out there and sweep that sidewalk. And you might get paid. You might get paid. Go out there, you standing out there with some shoe shine, trying to shine shoes, trying to be a maid. All kind of service jobs. But see, times were different for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. Times were different. In the early 1900s, it was segregation all over the country. Times were different. So the way we do things because at that time, that's the way we were taught. We had to say yes, sir, no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. We were being called boy, girl. Even in the North, you was a boy or girl. Times were different for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. It was different. Then after World War II, you fought the black man, the African American man. You fought in World War II for freedom, for democracy. all over. You get sent to Europe to fight so the white man can be free from Nazism, from fascism. Then you come back to America. You still a boy. You still a girl. You still a nigga. Times were different for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. It was different when they growed up. See, they came up, times were different. Then after World War II, then you had another generation of black / African American children growing up. World was changing. The winds of change was coming. So the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, they couldn't just leave their children and their grandchildren. They started the Imperial Chapter and the 14th Street Clovers. Because it would number some young children. But then something else changed. See, when you talk about that nagging my library, that's not what's being said. But I can read between the lines. I can comprehend what I read. See, when you start fighting, it's not just that inside influence, it's that outside influence. See, people starting to be out on the street and they talking about narcissism. The nagging my life. They ain't even got a copy of it. They ain't even got a copy of the nagging my library your damn self. But you talking about it. So that's a way for you to just talk about narcissism. You be lying to other people. That's what you were doing. And that's what you be doing today. See, this is what I show the conservative vice lord. See, when I'm out on the street, you be lying. You be lying. And that's what you be doing. You be lying about narcissism. See, I can see a difference. See, we live in a day and time where we have a YouTube channel and all these other methods of broadcasting, including social media. But see, YouTube not the only one. There are other channels that do the same thing. That's where all these advances and progresses be coming from. And then you got to update. Because even with your phone, you can record with your phone. See, that's the day and time we live in. And that's the same thing with the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. You had all these advances. Time was changing for the sheets and the sheepers from what they was taught and what they was dealing with when in the early 1900s, the 1920s and 30s. Life was different. Yeah, they had to go through prohibition. That's different. You got before prohibition, then after the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. They went through all that. See, times were different for the sheets and the sheepers. It was different. And see, that's what you had to comprehend. When you read, you had to comprehend what you read. You had to comprehend what you read. That's the reason why you got to be informed about history. Not just one aspect of history. You got to be informed. It's all kind of history. Just like I just got you talking about inventions. You had to have some kind of knowledge about inventions. How can you have a light today without knowing the history of lights? Before it was lights, it was candles. And how they produce all them candles? See, here we go again. Where all them candles come from? And where they come from with the wick and the wax and all that? See, there you go again. Inventions. You done went from having a torch up in the house. See, there you go again. We'd be all day with all these inventions, man. Now you got me talking about the torch. And oh man, come on. And not just that, then you got to talk about the oil. No, man. We're not gonna go all. But see, for the sheiks and the shebas, that's what they had to deal with. Time was different, and then you can't never leave out when you talk about being black / African American. The sheiks and the shebas were being called boy and girl. You weren't being called by your name, by these white / European. You were being called boy. Hey boy, come here. Hey boy, go outside and sweep the sidewalk. Hey girl, you get your ass on the stage and you take your damn clothes off. You go back there and you clean the room up. See, that's what the shebas and the sheiks had to deal with. Times were different for the sheiks and the shebas. It was a different day and time. That's what they call how to behave, how to act. That's the reason why the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, they tried to disagree with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the Southern Christian Leadership Committee on how we as black / African Americans could overcome. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and many others, they espouse nonviolent resistance. Stokely Carmichael, also known as Kwame Ture, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, and later the All African People's Revolutionary Party, espouse revolutionary, you understand, revolutionary methods and things of this nature, including the Black Panther Party and all that. See, it was a different day and time for the sheiks and the shebas. See, you had to comprehend what you read. You had to comprehend. You can't just read and then just, oh, like I know. You got to comprehend what you read. From the beginning to the end, you got to take information and you got to be able to read with an understanding. You got to comprehend what you read. You can't just take the sheiks and the shebas and then look at the time period and don't see the history of America. And then you can't take the imperial chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. You can't misunderstand. What's that about? It's about change. It's about not just an economic change, but it's about a change in people's perception of right and wrong. You go from being called a boy, you go from being called a girl. People want their rights. And these young people, they have to be taught the right way and the right thing. And that's what the shebas and the sheiks were doing. They were trying to make sure that these young men and young women go in the right direction. They don't get misled. But that's what some people did from the outside. Because as you can see on the inside, the influence that the Sheiks and the Shebas had was a very strong influence. Nobody challenged the Sheiks and the Sheba. Comprehend what you read. Do you see anybody else? Because it tells you that they fought against other gangs and survived. And survived. It mentions that there were some whites and blacks who tried to start a gang, but the influence of the Sheiks and the Shebas was so strong that they survived. They survived. So you have to comprehend what you read. And so when it comes to the chaplains, and when it comes to the clovers, who they were listening to? They were listening to the Sheiks and the Shebas, their parents and grandparents. That's who they were listening to. Now I was checking the time. But see, today I want to take this time to deal with the history. You have to comprehend what you read. It's important. Because see, that's one thing, that's one mistake that shouldn't be made. Don't just put information out there and don't have somebody to talk about it, that information. Because you can put information out and don't never assume, don't never guess. Well, I guess you know. No. Don't guess. See, we have to talk about it. We have to point things out. We have to highlight information. See, it's important that we continue to talk about the Sheiks and the Shebas. Because it's a lot about America and the world. It's important. Just like I said, Sam Cooke, a young man. He grew up during that period of time. His mother and his father came from Mississippi and lived in the city of Chicago during the early 1900s. See, the Sheiks and the Shebas were there. See, it wasn't like you were going to come up to Chicago and you sitting around like you know what you're talking about and you going to tell me and everybody else what we doing is wrong. See, during that period of time, it wasn't no such thing. What you going to talk about, the Bible? That was pretty common. People talking about the Bible. That wasn't really nothing new. I mean, the white man had already started all these Protestant churches, and you really didn't have no Catholic influence amongst the black/African Americans. So it really just these Protestant whites oppressing black/African Americans like they oppress each other. But see, Sam Cooke, Miss Barbara Campbell Cooke, they parents, that's the time of period they came up in. Being called a boy, a girl, that's your first and last name. And then the little education that Sam and Barbara received in the schools, it wasn't no quality education. You were really being undereducated. You were just basically being taught your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3s. Maybe learn how to read. They ain't had no tutoring. the books you receive, probably some handed down books from the early 1800s. So it wasn't no quality education. You just learn how to write your name and that's it. Then get your diploma saying, okay, you graduated high school or whatever, you know. But see, that's what the Shebas and the Sheikhs had to deal with. See, things were different. So you have to comprehend what you read. When you go from one period of time to another period, in between all that, for black / African American, life was different. It wasn't no such thing as building no damn schools and then gonna have a city council meeting saying, look, we got people and we gonna use taxpayer dollars and we gonna build a better school over on the south side of Chicago. Comprehend what you read. Life was different for the Sheiks and the Shebas. It wasn't no damn tax dollars being spent. It wasn't even no tax dollars being collected. Because then no blacks had no job. You were mostly street hustling and doing service work. Comprehend what you read. Wasn't no city council having no meeting. Talking about we got to build some new because all these damn blacks coming up from the south, so we going to have to build some more schools. There ain't nobody finna build nothing. Not no taxpayer dollars. You probably have some philanthropists, probably donate some money. But ain't no taxpayer dollars, no. See, this is what the Sheiks and the Shebas had to, their time period. This is the time they lived in. You was a boy and a girl. You a nigga. In the early 1900s. When you get to World War I, then after World War I, then you got to go through Prohibition. Then you get to the 30s. This is what the Sheiks and the Shebas had. This their time period. Segregation. This was their children. Time period. When they were born, before World War II, in the 30s, then growing up in the 40s, then being a young 18-year-old in the 50s. See, this is when the Sheiks and the Shebas started the Imperial Chaplains and the 14th Street Clovers. Because by this period of time, after World War I, you start seeing more blacks going to school. Being undereducated, but still, you had more blacks going to a school, learning how to read, write, do math. And then when they go to school, then a lot of them end up at one of these historically black colleges and universities, for example, like Lamont College, right here in the city of Memphis. And some of these other historically black colleges and universities all over this country. And then join the sorority and the fraternity. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagamon Library, the sororities and fraternity, see, what they was taught was different. And what everybody around the world was taught about Gnosticism was different. It was different. When you don't have no information, there ain't nothing for you to look at. Then you had to look at what the Catholic Church left. Adversus heresies. Against heresies. But now, people walking around who didn't even know Nothing about adversity or racism. But somebody out on the street told you about Gnosticism. They told you a lie. They lied to you. And that's what happened to a lot of people. See, this is what the imperial chaplains, this is what the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers had to deal with. A lot of them didn't have no education. Then you had people with education not respecting these people, these men and women, the old heads. And then want their children to listen to them, but want their children to listen to them. Talking about some Gnosticism. Just like Sam Cooke and Miss Barbara Campbell Cook. See, instead of listening to their mother and their fathers, instead of listening to the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep, it's people walking around, and including all these white women, white men, want Miss Barbara Campbell Cook and Sam Cooke to listen to them. Talking about some Gnosticism. And not only them, but R.H. Harris and the Soul Stirrers. See, this is the time period that R.H. Harris came up in, down in Texas. The early 1900s. And R.H. Crane, S.R. Crane, excuse me. And the original Soul Stirrer, that gummit. J.J. Farley. Those were the original Soul Stirrers. J.J. Farley, S.R. Crane, and R.H. Harris. But see, when they came up down in Texas, that was a different time period. The early 1900s. Came up to Chicago. Sam Cooke was born. He coming up. Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, born. Then coming up in this time period. But see, that's who they learned from. When you lived in the city of Chicago, on the south side of Chicago, who was your influence? The dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. During that period of time, that's the influence in the community. You might have, you probably had a mama, a daddy, parents, grandparents, some guardians at your home. But in the community, the influence, the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. You've been all your life, that's who you being taught by. The dirty sheets and the wailing sheep. That's who a lot of people, Lou Rawls, when he came up, the influence in the community, it was the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers. That was the influence in the community. But once these young people came up, they became adults, then the society was changing. Integration was being pushed, being promoted. But at the same time, integration, you got all these inventions. That was being an influence on society as well. It was making a change. It was so many inventions being created that it was changing. It's just like you can take a phone today, an iPhone, and you think you automatically guess that a lot of black/African Americans know what to do or how to operate a phone. They don't. I'm an eyewitness. Some of these people older than me got an iPhone. Only thing you know how to do is call somebody. That's it. Then you call yourself trying to be on social media. That's the same thing. It was a lot of things that a lot of dirty sheets and wailing sheep didn't know nothing about because things were being invented that they ain't even know nothing about. See, it's not only the society was changing, but it's all these inventions. See, that's a sign that you're not educated. And see, sometimes people try to criticize people because you think you know something you think other people don't. Just like an iPhone. You think you smarter than me because you got an iPhone and you think you know how to operate the iPhone better than me. So that make you better than me. But it don't. Because what made you think in your mind that you criticizing me is right? Claiming that I don't know how to operate a phone better than you. But my behavior, my conduct is not the same as you. I'm not criticizing you for not teaching me how to use the iPhone. But you don't take it upon yourself to criticize me, claiming that I don't know how to use the iPhone better than you. So I don't know what I'm talking about. So they make you better than me. See, this is the reason why I take the time to talk about these things, because there's so much that can be talked about. See, when I see the dirty sheets and the wailing sheep was sitting in front of me, I automatically know. I comprehend what I read. I comprehend what I read before and after. See, when I can just see. When you say when I see somebody saying the oldest significant black street gangs in Chicago were the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers, that date back to deep in the earlier 20th century. So we talking about late 1800s, early 1900s. You talking about before World War I. You got to comprehend in your brain the time period. You got to think in your brain that in that time period, the early 1900s, some of these so-called cars weren't even invented. You talking about Henry Ford. Think about it. Some of the things that you talking about being invented today, that we take for granted today, the early 1900s hadn't been invented yet. So when I see the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Shebas talking about being a gang, and they were black, they didn't say it was a mix of whites and blacks. They were black / African Americans. What's a gang? You had to throw that in there. Well, I mean, hey, it didn't say it was a group. It didn't say it was an organization. It said it was a gang. Now, today's definition of a gang and gang during that period of time, what you thinking? See, there you go again. See, you try to take information, you try to equate a word today what your definition of it means today. A bunch of guys standing out in the trenches, a bunch of guys standing around, including the gals, committing all kind of crimes, being violent and getting involved in drug activity and so forth. Well, if you say the word gang in the early 1900s, 1905, what do it mean? Answer that. To be black / African American. In 1905 in the city of Chicago, what do it mean for a bunch of black people referring to themselves as a gang and naming themselves the Dirty Sheets? And then the other group saying we the Wailing Shebas. What you know about a Sheba and the Sheiks? See, it had to be somebody with some education. And then you had to refer to it as a gang. It just had to be during that period of time, so we ain't going to spend too much time on that. We ain't got to. It's not necessary. We ain't got to take it that far. But to be black / African American living in America, segregation is everywhere. You're a nigga everywhere. On the East Coast, the West Coast, North and South. You're a nigga. You ain't have no rights. Did you leave that out? In the law, you ain't even have no damn rights. What's that damn court case? Plessy versus... I got it wrote down. Yeah, that's it. You had, two important court cases in the United States of America. See, this is what the Dirty Sheets and the Wailing Shebas had to deal with during this period of time. The early 1900s. You talking about late 1800s, early 1900, 1905, 1910, 1920. To be black / African American. You had to deal with Dred Scott versus Sanford. You had to deal with Plessy versus Ferguson. See, you can't minimize the time period for the Sheiks and the Shebas and what they came up in. These men literally came out of the post-Civil War. That's what it means. First of all, they didn't live past the Civil War, so we already talking about early 1900s. It's possible there may have been some people still alive who may have lived during the Civil, like in slavery. Let's remember this. Some people was born. It may have been the Civil War, might have been fought in 1865. Some people were born, but some people were born before and were still alive right at the end. May have gotten old right before the start of the 1900s. Who grandparents, think about it, some people, parents and grandparents, some, lived during and after slavery. During slavery and after slavery, Civil War. And then some of their parents, some of their grandparents passed away, but they told them stories because they lived during slavery and after slavery, so the late 1800s. And those children who were born after slavery, like 1865, they was raised the post-Civil War children, black/African American. But they knew about slavery. Because they being raised in Jim Crow and all this Ku Klux Klan and all that. Some of these Civil War veterans and stuff walking around, these white people terrorizing black/African Americans. We talking about in the South and well as in America. Now the United States is back in union, the United States of America. After the Civil War, see, some of the men that we talking about, the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers. See, it didn't tell you who these people were. But see, a lot of people, some different ages and but they were, the common thing that held them together. First of all, we were black/African American, and the second thing that held us together, our experience. Because it wasn't no, I'm rich and you poor. It wasn't no thing of that held us together. It was the fact that we were black/African American and we were trying to survive. This is what we do to survive. People do things because they're trying to survive. The culture, the environment that they live in. They're trying to survive. And based on what they've been taught. When I hear the word gang during that period of time, it's like, is this a criminal, a bunch of criminals trying to carjack somebody? Or, well, I mean, in our way of thinking, so I'm intentionally throwing it out because you take a word and you see it, and it's telling you that in the early 1900s, it was a gang called the it was called the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers. But I'm saying this, to be black/African American, everybody was poor. Everybody. It wasn't no such thing as being rich. Because what do it mean to be rich in the early 1900s, even for a white person? What products do you see in the early 1900s that anybody could say they rich and somebody else is poor? Well, you might have a car. Let's see, early 1900s. A house. The white people live in a house, and you living damn near on the street or in a shack somewhere. To make that distinction between rich and poor. Because some white people consider some other white people being poor. Didn't have a whole lot of material wealth. But they were white. So from a ethnic or racial standpoint, you can't take the word gang and then say that what it means. In the early 1900s, you can't say the word gang and then you automatically know what it means. See, a word can be, used in that time period, and when you use that word in that time period, what do it mean? The early 1900s. Okay, for a white person, it must have meant it can't. Let me say that. It's just like when you watch that movie, the Gangs of New York. Now they made that movie in this time period, and they was talking about a time period in the early 1800s and stuff like that. Early, like late 1800s, early 1900s. And when they showed you that movie, did you look at all the products, the inventions? See, when you watch a movie and they talk about that time period, they try to put you in it. They try to put this in your mind that time was different. And when people did things, lived just the way people live at that time. So when you hear somebody say gang, it's usually just a group of people grouped up together. And for some reason, they equate it with being, you committing crimes against other people. And of course, the word gang means go in that language. So, But you apply that word to blacks as well. And so when an uneducated black person hear the word gang, I'm thinking that a lot of these black people couldn't even pronounce the word gang. Cause they had I'm not gonna sit here and read some information. When I hear the early 90s, I'm not finna say there's a bunch of men and women in a sorority fraternity walking around calling themselves the dirty sheiks and the wailing shivas. You're not finna do that. No, what you saying is that in the early 1900s, in the city of Chicago, there was some uneducated black / African Americans who was in a gang. Now I don't know who started it. I don't have a name. I don't have the history on it. But it was a group of black, he didn't even say men or women, he just said a bunch of blacks. So it was probably some women too. I'm not going to even say it wasn't. Was in a gang called the Dirty Sheiks and the Wailing Sheepers. They ain't saying how much education they had, but I'm going to say this. Knowing that black / African American had historically black colleges and universities, and then you had people coming from other locations to the city of Chicago, I'm not going to even say that some black / African American who were educated were not involved. I'm going to say they were involved because they had education. Because they had education. Because when I hear it, and then that you trying to call yourself something, instead of just being focusing on just getting a job or just trying to overcome poverty, it had to be something that you had to say about the black / African American. That during that period of time, it was a gang called the Wailing Shivas and the Dirty Sheiks. And so when you hear it, like I said, you got to comprehend what you read. See, that's the reason why I'm spending the time that I am on the dirty sheets and the willing sheep, because I want to make it clear that you don't take information and take it lightly. You got to comprehend what you read. And when you comprehend, you got to, it's so much things that about the early 1900s. And then when I heard it, just in Chicago, but it was something about the city of Chicago, even during that period of time. It was people coming from various locations coming up to the city of Chicago. See? Coming to the city of Chicago. And so, I hear that word gang. I don't take it lightly. I hear it, and I'm looking at the time period. Prohibition and all that. See, there again, people producing products. See, did you catch on? People were producing alcohol, not just bootleg, but I'm talking about name brand. Even today, those same brands that you see today, not the new name brand, but some of these older brands of what they call liquor. What we call liquor. Scotch, whiskey, brandy, and all these varieties of wine. You got white wine, red wine, varieties of wine. Did you think about that? It was being produced. And when it was being produced, somebody had a job. Somebody got a job as a secretary. Somebody got a job as an advertiser. Somebody got a job as a laborer. Because it was being mass produced to be sold. Mass produced to be people to continue to buy this product. See, this is the business that's going on. And see, think about it. When you say the white slash European American, they consider this to be a luxury. To drink white wine, to drink red wine at a restaurant. And when you sit down to a table at a restaurant, you look at a menu. Now, ain't no black man, no black woman gonna be up in no restaurant talking about you the chef. Let's not forget, for the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, it was segregation. And talking about going to work. See, if it was any kind of work at that fancy restaurant, see, somebody got to make the bed and clean the bathroom and all that. The janitor, you got to sweep and mop the floor at the fancy restaurant. And see all this liquor, gin, wine, vodka. I can't now. I'm not finna sit here and try to name everything. But the point I'm making is this: that it's a product. When you see the fancy restaurant in Chicago in the early 1900s, they had white wine, they had red wine, they had wine. That's considered to be a luxury. Now today, it may not even, people don't even think wine is everywhere. Now they done passed the law saying they can, sell wine on Sundays. And this the day and time we live in today. It was a time period that you can only buy alcohol in certain places. Now you can go to Kroger's and buy some white wine, some red wine at the local supermarket. It ain't always been that way. This is recently. I can say that myself, that I would say about in the past 5 years, there was a big law. They had a big debate about it. And when it came down to selling liquor, like wine and stuff like that, at the supermarket, because it ain't always been that way. Now you can go to Kroger's, Walmart, name in the supermarket or grocery store. Now they can't sell you know, not just beer, but wine. It ain't always been that way. Just like in the past 5 years. But see, when you think about it, during that period of time, man, that was a luxury. Even a lot of whites who considered like not rich, talking about drinking some wine, white wine, red wine. Wine was considered to be a luxury. Everybody didn't have access to wine. And then when it comes to food, the way your food was prepared and what you eat. Now, some people might have beef, pork, but they consider certain sections or cuts, I guess, to be a luxury, you know, because they were more expensive. Not saying whites didn't have, you know, because a lot of whites had farms and they can produce their own beef and pork and all that chicken. But some people didn't have no farm. So when it came to them feeding themselves, they had a certain diet. You know? They had a certain diet that they ate every day. But when you was a rich white person, European person, considered to be wealthy, or, you know, well-to-do, what they call middle class, they had a certain lifestyle. So, you know, I'm trying to put you in a state of mind like, okay, when you say gang in the early 1900s for black / African American, majority of African Americans / blacks were poor and uneducated, not just undereducated, but uneducated in the early 1900s. Well, no such thing having education. It wasn't. I mean, just being realistic. That's just like after the Civil War. That was totally unheard. There was no such thing as public schools for black / African American, even after the Civil War. Wasn't no such thing, no public school. And then in the early 1900s, still wasn't no such thing as going to school, because the society itself was set up to make it so hard that you couldn't go to school, even if it was free, because you had to take care of your family. You had to help take care of your family. So you ain't had no choice but to go out in the fields and work, because you had to help your family to survive. That's what sharecropping was. There was so many black / African Americans in the South who was up under this sharecropping stuff. There wasn't no such thing going to school. So when you talk about the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep, even in Chicago, what kind of life do you think they were living? First, it was still segregation in the early 1900s for blacks all across this country. The Dred Scott case, separate and unequal, Plessy versus Ferguson, that was the law. Not just state law, that was the federal law. It was segregation, separate and unequal. That was the law. So that's the time period that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheepers lived in. And to say there was a gang in the city of Chicago, well, see, when you study the history of the city of Chicago, you had to go all the way back. But you get an idea when you think about places to live. It was only certain places that the dirty sheiks and the wailing sheep could live. It's only certain because of segregation. That's all there is to it. So, see, this is the reason why when you come up and when you have a way of thinking, this is the way of thinking that they was brought up in. This is what they came up under. This the generation that's the post-Civil War generation. A lot of them dirty sheep West, they were born after the Civil War. And then they came on, a lot of them were born probably like after the Civil War, 1880s, 1890s. And they came up in this post-Civil War time period. Then you become an adult in the early 1900s. 1900, now you a man or a woman. See, times kind of changing for them. Now it ain't no more civil, it ain't no more slavery. But it's segregation. It's segregation. You a boy, you a girl, you a nigga. And so this is what the Sheiks and the Shebas in this segregated city, Chicago, it was segregated. And then in that part of town, on the south side of Chicago, it ain't like life was easy for the Sheiks and the Shebas. It ain't like they was rich, getting rich. They were living, surviving day by day. But then they had children, a lot of them. You had to use your common sense. If you have young people running around, who the hell children are those running around? That's those people's children. It ain't just people just migrating from somewhere else, then they raise their children in the city of Chicago. It was people living in the city of Chicago as well as people coming from other parts of the country. From Alabama, from Tennessee, from Louisiana, Mississippi, Arkansas, Texas, Oklahoma, Kentucky, Missouri, coming up to the city of Chicago. But there was some people born in the city of Chicago, their children, as well as all these other people's children, were being raised in the city of Chicago, and then they were raised during the 1910s, 1920s, the 1930s. And then you had children being born in the 1940s. See, this is what the Sheiks and the Shebas had to deal with. The children. And what was the children being taught? Well, see, before the 1945 discovery of the Nagmar Library, and whatever it was that you were being taught, see, at colleges and universities around the world, this is what's been said. At colleges and universities all around the world, what they taught about Gnosticism, they taught about Gnosticism one way. Before the 1945 discovery of the Nagmar Library. Then after the 1945 discovery of the Nagmar Library, which was in 1945. See, all the colleges and universities around the world had to find out. They had to find out that it's been some kind of discovery. And then they had to find out, okay, what's the discovery? It's some pieces of paper with some Gnostic writing on it. And see, this is where the right and wrong come in. See, when you find out that it's some information, and then you find out what the information is, see, this is what right and wrong. What do you do when you find out that it's been a discovery of some Gnostic writing? See, the Catholic Church had to find out too. See, this is what you had to remember. The Catholic Church didn't know about it. They had to find out about it too. Because see, didn't nobody know nothing about it. Then in 1945, they find out about it. And then you had to find out what it is that you're saying. You had to find out that, is it true? You know, is it accurate, what you saying that been discovered? But so, like I said, before the 1945 discovery of Nagmar Library, it's already been colleges and universities all around the world. They talk about it. It ain't like they ain't never know it. They knowed about it, but there wasn't no written, documentation on no Gnosticism, except what the Catholic Church had, which is versus heresy. It may have been mentioned in a dictionary somewhere, and they're probably getting, they'll give you a definition of what narcissism was and is, and then you have encyclopedias, and then they'll say, do the same thing. They'll, give you a historical background on narcissism, but actually having some information, to say that this is this and then that and then this is, but what they, even today, the Catholic Church is telling you today that it's a heresy. So when you talk about the dirty sheets and the wailing sheepers, that same way of thinking is when people talked about narcissism or whatever at these historically black colleges and universities, like colleges and universities all around the world. Well, see, you had these white instructors at these historically black colleges and universities. And so they'll talk about, they may have mentioned it, may have talked about it. They ain't spending much time on it. They ain't spending that much time on it. Because, if you're not in a class specifically talking about theology, because religious studies didn't start until late 1800s, early 1900s, when they added that religious studies. See, it was theology first. Then after theology came religious studies. And so, way people taught, people had been taught one way, then later on they be taught another way, So when it comes to being black / African American, and when you hear the word gang, see, for us today, you can't forget the time period, especially for black / African American. You don't forget that they were black / African American in 1900 Chicago. You can be killed for being black in Chicago. But you don't And so, when it comes to the sheiks and the and the shivas, you can't overlook the things that they had to endure and how they tried to help blacks / African Americans. And have people saying things about the conservative vice lords, and then thinking that you don't comprehend. Most important thing about information is that when you have access to information, you got to comprehend information. You got to comprehend that information. So, because what good is having information and you don't understand it? What good is having an alphabet? What good do it have an alphabet and you don't have any speech? You don't have anybody to teach the students. What good is it just to have ABC up on the wall, and then you don't take those letters, you don't know what to do with the letters. You just sitting there looking at A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You just sitting there looking at. But what good do it do? See? To some people, that's an invention too. I mean, you know, when in the study of language and linguistics and everything, because all people on God's green earth do not use the same writing technique. Same thing as numbers. So when it comes to the dirty sheets and the wearing the Sheba, it's the same thing. See, it was a different time when they came up. That's what I don't never want to negate. When they came up, time was very, very different for black / African Americans. And when by the time you get to the Imperial Chaplains in the 14th Street Clovers, see, things were different. It was different. The Sheiks that went from being on the south side of Chicago, then they started moving to the west side of Chicago. They both did things. See, you can't overlook these things. One group do one thing, then the other group. No, every time they do something, it's always when one go, the other one go. And they don't never argue about anything. And then, you know, I can't overlook how they tried to help. They tried to help blacks coming from the South. They tried to help. And see, this is the reason why when you had all these blacks / African Americans during the 40s coming up to Chicago, they don't mean they were educated. Because like I said, 30s and 40s, if you had any education, you were undereducated. And so, what time is it? Okay, yeah. And so, like I said, you know, for the Sheiks and the Shebas, they went through a lot. Even the Great Depression, they went through that too. But see, this thing about the migration, newspaper had broadcast, about success and all this. And see, a lot of people were coming up to Chicago. See, they already had families. See, a lot of people, not forget that some people already were living in Chicago earlier, like in the early 1900s. And then you had possibly, other parts of Illinois. May not have been that many. Might not have been that many, because you had more blacks coming up to Chicago from the South. Because, the newspaper was saying things. And so, a lot of blacks / African Americans were leaving the South from all these different places in the South coming up to Chicago. And then some of them already had families. Then some people started a family, And so, it's a very important subject to continue to talk about the Sheiks and the Shebas, because they went through a lot. This transformation of America with all this Jim Crow, because we talking about after the Civil War. So we talking about Jim Crow America. And then, when Jim Crow America started declining, because it just didn't leave instantly. It was a gradual process of changing America from being a Jim Crow America to being a America for all people. And so, this, the Shebas and the Sheiks, they experienced a lot, so their knowledge on how to survive was passed on to another generation. Now you had, like I said, you had blacks coming up from, so segregation was something that all blacks was familiar with. So it ain't like blacks had to tell each other how to live. No, don't do this, don't do that. Because it was just something that we were all, as being black / African American. On that point, the Sheiks and the Shebas didn't have to tell you how to behave. Because being black / African American in America, all black / African American was a nigger, first of all. And then we all knew how to conduct ourselves, no matter where the hell you was at. You can be in Jim Crow, you can be in the South, you can leave the South and move to Chicago. It's gonna still mean the same thing, that you're a nigger. And that the law, federal and state law, is separate and unequal. And so it's important. It's not something that can be, overlooked and negated. No. You just got to comprehend what you read. It's a lot. So then you get to the clovers and the chapters. But we're gonna continue to have this talk. The need to. I know that today I ain't really just get my reading in because I spend a lot of time. I want to spend a little time talking about it because it's important. You don't never just negate. You have to comprehend what you read, and that's what I want to make sure. Comprehend what you read. Make sure you get an understanding of what you read when it comes to history, or even watching a YouTube video. Just like I said earlier, I had watched a YouTube video on what's his way Chicago. Oh, this what it was a YouTube channel called Chicago Gang Channel, and I was watching it got a YouTube video called Black Organized Crime Timeline in Chicago. And so, like I said, you have to comprehend what you read or what you watch or even what you listen to. You have to comprehend, And so, like I said, what time? Yeah. Now, the day being that it's Easter Sunday in the Catholic Church, the Catholic News Agency, this is the full text of Pope Francis' 2023 message. Now, what I was making sure, was looking at is that the Eastern Orthodox Catholic churches, they have Easter it's going to be on a different day. It's not today. Today is the Roman Catholic Church celebrating Easter today. Now, the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church, they celebrate Easter on the 16th. And it said, yeah, on the 16th of April for Orthodox churches. Now I'm gonna have to also look see what the Oriental Orthodox, but I wanted to make that clear. But what I was looking at is the Catholic News Agency. Where you go? Oh, here you go. It's saying that now this was a article that was back in 2022 on November 18th, but it's saying it's talking about the same subject. Why Catholics and Orthodox might once again celebrate Easter on the same day. Like I said, this is an article from November 18, 2022, but it's from the Catholic News Agency. And it's talking about the same subject, about the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox and Orthodox churches celebrating the resurrection of Jesus Christ at the same time. And that's what it was. The spiritual leader of the world's Eastern Orthodox Christian has confirmed his support for finding a common date to celebrate Easter. The ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew of Constantinople told media that conversations are underway between church representatives to come to an agreement. The Zenith report this week. According to an earlier report by Vatican News, the patriarch supports such a common date to be set for the year 2025, which will mark the 1700th anniversary of the First Ecumenical Council of Nicaea. Previously, Orthodox Archbishop Joe Gesture Temessos also suggested that 2025 would be a good year to introduce a reform of the calendar. Now it talks about the first council and two calendars. It said the first council of Nicaea, held in 325, decided that Easter would be celebrated on the first Sunday after the full moon following the beginning of spring, making the earliest possible date for Easter March 22nd and the latest possible April 25th. Now, when it comes to the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, see, it's all about the calendar, and basically that's really what it was. It's the fact that the Roman Catholic Church using one calendar, and the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church and the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, they use another calendar. You have the Gregorian calendar and the Julian calendar, and so that's really what it is. The Roman Catholic Church used the Gregorian calendar for Easter, but the Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church and the Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church, they still using the Julian calendar for Easter. So for the Orthodox churches, Easter will be on the 16th, April the 16th. while we still talking about the history of the city of Chicago, you know, that's my dad, Chester Johnson Jr. He passed away in 2012. And this my mother. She just Annabelle Johnson. She just passed away recently, and at the end of January of this year. So, like I said, today is Easter Sunday, and hope and pray that everyone have a safe and happy Easter. And we know that, that's for all Roman Catholics and Christians in general. And when the 16th of April gets here, we know that Eastern Orthodox Catholic Church and Oriental Orthodox Catholic Church be celebrating Easter as well. Now I gotta find me a newspaper. Okay, so I'm checking out one of these Russian newspapers, Pravda. Alright, I'm finna go to another newspaper. I just read one Russian newspaper. I ain't been just seeing anything. That was Pravda. So let me go to this other newspaper. Let me check out the Moscow Times. Excuse me. Okay. Like I said, I'm over here on the Moscow Times. what you're not seeing, basically what I was trying to see is that with this ongoing war and all this propaganda from CNN and Fox, you don't really just see the Ukrainians really just gaining anywhere. And then then you see how people try to criticize the Russians, but what I'm not seeing Ukraine get nowhere. Suffering heavy losses. Now let me go over to TASS, Russian news agency. Let's see. So, like I said, I'm over here on the TASS, Russian news agency, and basically still saying the same thing, that Ukrainians are suffering losses. I don't have time to just sit here and read every article, but they losing men every day, all day, every day. And it's not getting them nowhere. It's not making a big impact. They're suffering losses. Like I just read the other newspaper, the Moscow Times, and the private army group Wagner. They still operating in the Ukraine, so, and the leader of that group, still continue to help the Russians to win this war in Ukraine. And Ukraine is getting all this military equipment from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and it's not really just making an impact. The Russians not losing. I mean, they haven't really just gained an advantage, a clear advantage as of yet. But they still inflicting casualties on the Ukrainian military. And so, what happened? Like I said before, what happened last year in 2022? It's not happening. in all these various locations. See, it's not just one location that there's battles being fought, but it's various locations where battles are being fought in Ukraine. And so, with all this weaponry that the Ukrainians are receiving from the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, is not really giving them no advantage whatsoever. They don't have no advantage. They suffering casualties. They're taking heavy losses, especially in Bakhmut. So, you have to watch the weather. The weather is a key factor. No matter whether it could be spring, it could be fall, it could be summer or winter. It don't matter. You got to watch the weather. You got to always keep up with the weather. So like I said, just, make sure we remember today is Easter. And remember our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the Son of God. I'm preparing myself to get ready to end today's video. rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, rejecting knowledge, the Almighty Vice Lord Four Corner Hustle, the Almighty Black Prince Stone, the Almighty Black Disciple Poppin', the Almighty Mickey Cobra Cracking, the Bluefin Black Disciple, the Black Disciple, the Lord Stone Disciple, 7-Eleven, G Killer, GD Killer, Glazed Donut Killer. Don't forget Sam Cooke, as well as Miss Barbara Campbell Cook, their children, Linda and Tracy, and even Little Vincent, who tragically died in a tragic accident, and as well as Sam's daughter, Miss Carla Cook, and as well as Sam's sisters and brothers, and all his nieces and nephews, and the injustice that was done. And like I said, I still have a copy of Sam Cooke's autopsy. And I, of course, read it and everything. Injustice. It was unjust. And again, to reiterate what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. And don't forget King Von and the wrong that was done. And all them cowards that was involved in it. Don't forget King Von. And don't forget Young Dolph. And we know some people who that the police department brought in, and then later on they brought some more in. And so don't forget Young Dolph and the wrong that was done to him and his family, as well as to other people. You know, what they did was wrong. And don't forget Young Dolph. It ain't no such thing as being no Gnostic and trying to use no Nagamite library to victimize innocent men, women, and children, and to go around being destructive, trying to destroy the wildlife, nature, the environment, trying to destroy the North Pole and the South Pole, just being destructive. It's not right. And so don't forget Young Dolph. And so I'm gonna get ready to end today's video. Like I said, I know I ain't do my reading today, but this not gonna be my last video, so I really just want to put too much emphasis on, because I'm gonna come back and do my reading. I know today is Easter Sunday, and I really just didn't get up in time, you know, to be doing my reading and everything. So I just like want to put more emphasis on trying to deal with the history of the city of Chicago, because you have to make sure you understand or comprehend what you read. You know, if I say, you know, if I'm one of those people that's conveying, you know, people should pay attention to the history, make sure you understand what it is that if you watch a YouTube video, comprehend what's being presented. If you read something in a newspaper, magazine, or, you know, it might be one of the, like, for instance, www.chicagoganghistory.com, and there's a lot of written information. There might be a picture or anything. You know, don't misunderstand the information. Comprehend the information. And you know, don't take it lightly. You know, take time to reflect on it and understand that history as well as our history. You know, because sometimes when people deal with history, people always be leaving something out, you know, or trying to mislead people, you know. So, but like I said, I'm gonna get ready to end today's video. Again, my name is Eric D. Johnson, also known BrightShine. I live right here in the city of Memphis, in the county, state of Tennessee. And I always put God first. I always thank God for all the blessings and the guidance God provides us with, and always, you know, just pray every day and try to live your life according to the word that God has left with all of us. You know, the Holy Bible. The Holy Bible. And so, you know, you just continue to try to go forward and not backwards. And so I'm going to end today's video. and God's will, you know, come back and make my video again. And so I want to hope and pray that everyone have a safe and happy Easter. You take care of yourself and wish each and every one of you the very best.